And it was takes one. So there we go. Hey Linus, how you doing? I seem to be having some sort of issues again with OBS. On my end it says the connection's great. Microphone is working. Yet on YouTube It just says it's a disaster. I mean, not on YouTube, on Twitch. And YouTube, we also seem to be streaming, so that's all good. So if you are on YouTube and you do want to get a reading a little bit later on when we open up the queue, then you're welcome. Just type in the YouTube chat and I'll pick up the messages. I'm doing well, thank you. Just endless tech issues. That's because the old equipment. So other than that, I'm doing quite well. Slow start to the stream today, I think. Yeah. How are you doing? And welcome in. It's your first time here, so nice to see you. How was your day today? I ended up sleeping far too late. Then it just ended up, I don't know, just this and that and next thing. And then like the day's over. So tomorrow I'm hoping to get out and about. I've got a whole lot of things I need to do. So I'm hoping to get out a little bit earlier. This thing really seems like it's like right on top of me now. And what makes you a lioness? Are you a Leo? Dealing with some confusing stuff? Yeah, it's kind of like, I think most of us are always dealing with some confusing stuff or other. No, not really. I need new equipment, that's the point. And at this point of the game, it's kind of no point in really buying new equipment right now. In true blue, yeah. Well, welcome to the nut house of Aries, of fire signs, and Aries too. Yeah, so first of all, equipment is expensive. Some of the nice expensive stuff just stopped working. So now I'm going back to like this microphone, which is relatively cheap. At least it works. But I don't think I want to invest any more money into this, and definitely not before I move. So eventually I'm going to have to move. Well, I don't have to, but I must probably be immigrating, so I may as well not get too much that I have to move with anyway. So we've got a few Leos here. We've got a few Aries. So it's generally quite a fiery stream lately. A lot of fire signs. Not that I'm much of an astrologist. I am learning because I need to. Yeah, actually, surprisingly, this is what's pissed me off. Is this is the microphone I had originally? When I mean not originally, but when I came to this country, and I needed a microphone because I wanted to start this up again. So I bought this inexpensive one, and because I couldn't get deliveries from Amazon, and I'm not particularly fond of the company, so I got this one at a just like a rip-off computer store type place here, and it's actually not bad. It's actually that's why I've kept it. It's actually very light. So I thought I might actually use it with my photographic camera to shoot video. That's why I never got rid of it just as well, because it doesn't. My nice expensive one that I bought from Amazon, that stopped working directly after the warranty. So that's going in the bin. I'm gonna try actually see if I can get them to do anything about it. So yeah, surprisingly enough, it's what I say to people. You don't necessarily get what you pay for. You get ripped off for what you pay for. But just pissed off is I mean those problems would have come up much sooner. But when I first started buying the equipment, I used to work 60, 70, 80 hours a week. So I didn't use it very much. So literally for the first 6 months, I had no idea that the stupid thing really was a lemon until I started streaming. I've been streaming solidly for about 6, 7 months, and it eventually just packed up. I kind of know. I actually know what caused it to break down, which is what pisses me off. Anyway, so surprisingly enough, a cheap. What is this? This is called. I forget what the brand is. Can't even see from here. It's like an inexpensive house brand, really. I think it's actually just made by one company, and then people just put their brand on. I'm trying to remember what the brand is. It's actually really inexpensive, and it's actually pretty good. It's actually very good for it costs like probably a fifth of what the other one did. You did a reading on the microphone too to know what made it. No, I know. I just know. I know technology. I've been on computers since 1995, long before then as well. I had my first computer in 1995, so I know exactly what packed up on it. I know it's broken. I can't fix it, and it's not worthwhile fixing. So the entire heavy paperweight is just to throw away because it's just not worth fixing. In the old days we would fix things, people would fix things. Now it's just not worth it. By the time there's no one that will fix it, so you have to post it off, and then they don't actually fix anything. So it's just literally everything's to throw away. And it's Captain Kels. Rather cold tonight. From yesterday, it was quite hot today and quite cold. Hello, Jacqueline the Scorpio. How you doing? So that's where we're at. So the only annoying thing about this particular microphone is that it literally is a microphone. It's got a normal jack. So I have to run it through this USB little device that it comes with. But that picks up interference, so I have to be careful. I can't put my phone there anymore. So if you are hearing any buzzing on the line, just let me know, because it means that something. I just need to move stuff around. Normally, if I don't put my phone there, I don't have a charging cable, because I have one of those magnetic charging cables, that clip onto stuff like onto this one. It's just so handy, because it's like one cable charges everything. So I use it to charge. The phone, I literally charge everything with the same two cables. One's by my bed and one's here, because I've got the adapters. The thing is, if that cable's over there, then it starts to buzz. So that's the only drawback with it. It's you've got to be careful, because I can't hear it unless I'm monitoring the audio. So yeah, if you do hear buzzing any one night, please just tell me. This just means that there's something there that shouldn't be. Well, there's nothing there. That's kind of like earthing on it or something. So yeah, fun stuff. I look on the positive side. It's one less thing to immigrate with. And it's fucking heavy. The microphone. It is a very good microphone. In terms of audio, really was very, very good. And I specifically bought that one because it also did stereo. It's just not very well made. That one was a particular lemon, so I don't even know how, but it's well over €100. I can't remember how much I paid for it. It's just down the drain. It's just throw away, because it packed up directly after the warranty. So we're back to the El Cheapo, very light, which is why I had to actually move the arm of the thing, because it wouldn't stay down. It would just pull back because it's not heavy enough. Very annoying. So now yesterday I got sick and tired of it, because I only remember when I come online and I try and pull the microphone towards me, and it just boing, it just goes back up like a cartoon. So I moved it further along the desk, so it actually is closer to me. So now it can sit right close to my mouth. Then it's much clearer, and it doesn't pick up as much noise from the laptop. So that's my exciting life today. Really nothing. Very, very exciting. I've been oversleeping because I've been going to bed too late. I keep being sent on these wild goose chases. This time I blame Hank. He might be onto something, but I still blame him. So, yeah. Tomorrow will be another day. This week I've got to focus on the workshops. I've got to finish the books. I've got so much to do. I've actually been thinking, God, it's so much hard work. I should just not even bother. But it is a lot of hard work, but I've got to do it. I've got to get it set up. The sooner the better. But as I always say, there's no rush into anything. Crazy human beings always rushing around, trying to get stuff done. It doesn't really help. So, how are you doing, Jacqueline? Nice to see you guys here. Actually, a very quiet Sunday. I think just all in general. I don't know if it's just me, but I'm just noticing that Twitch is just getting quieter. I think for everybody, even big channels. So, I don't know. It proved to be very interesting. In a way, I tend to approve. Are there holidays at the moment? Yeah. Being present and grounded is an awesome way to be. I hate rushing around, missing the moments. Yeah. Because at the end of the day, that's what I used to do. That was my modus operandi. Because it's always, why is it the holiday season now? It's not holidays yet. Where is it? No, I don't know. I never pay attention to the holidays. It'll be Christmas soon. I was talking about yesterday. I was at Woody's. It's like a hardware store, but they kind of got all sorts of bits and pieces. And I cut a long story short because there's more reasons why I'm there. But I was looking at. I ended up just walking around trying to prove a point. And I started looking at the Christmas decorations, and I used to have, which was like really upsetting me, like last Christmas, because I used to have this. It's very small. It's about that big. I mean, I think the dome is literally a little bit bigger than that crystal. It's got a tiny little Christmas tree in it. It's like a snow, what do they call it? Snow globe or globe, whatever it is. Shake it and little snow falls. And I've got it in, I think I still got it in storage. I'm almost sure I still got it in storage. It's very, very small. It's about that big. And I just put it on my desk every Christmas. I stopped doing the whole Christmas thing. It's the last Christmas. I thought, let me go and get it out. Forgetting, of course, that 4 years ago I immigrated and I've been living like a gypsy out of a suitcase ever since. So of course I couldn't find it. And I realized, no, wait a minute, that was like another lifetime ago. So the only time I'm ever going to see it again is when one day when I'm able to send for my stuff. So I saw it. Woody's, they had like those kind of things as well, but they just daft. I wanted a very small one because again I have to move. I don't want big things, and it was just daft because they had like a snow globe on a train with Santa Claus driving the train or a snowman driving the train. I thought it was just silly. And the ones with just with like a tree with presents or Santa Claus and the tree, they were a little bit too big. I mean, if I hadn't been moving, I would have bought that one. But I thought it'd be so cute to have it on the desk, have it on the stream during the festive season. I'm not religious, but I still like Christmas. Mariah Carey has started singing again. I've got that CD. Well, in storage. I've got everything in storage. I've got the MP3s of it. It's Mariah and the first ones. It's usually the ones I always hear. Or the Beach Boys. The Beach Boys they've got the amazing. I don't know what it's called. I think it's just called Christmas or something. But it's really nice, and I used to hear it like in the malls and things when I lived in South Africa. And at the one point, I can't remember where I was. I think I walked into a music store with someone. They wanted to go look at something, and they were playing it. So I went up to the counter. I said, "What the beep is this album's name?" Because I can't find it. They showed me the cover. They said, "Oh, we got copies." I said, "You do?" I was like, "Sell me one now." And that was it. That's how I discovered the stupid CD. And it's quite amazing because it's like a very obviously it's a very old Beach Boys Christmas, but they have like variations on some of the songs, and they have like an interview that they had with the Beach Boys back then. Then they have like I can't remember which song it is, but it's like a Coca-Cola. I think it's a Coca-Cola advert or something. So like the words are different. So it's really a cute CD. So I generally play that one. There's usually a few that I like to play, but like these days, like later years, I don't play anything. So it's usually that Mariah Carey one. I like my favorite one though is the Gloria Estefan Christmas CD. But I don't know how many she's got, but the one, the Beach Boys, and then the Mariah Carey usually, and then there's the jazz one from Shack Attack. They have like a jazz CD, Christmas CD. So I like to listen to those if I can during at some point I like to listen to those CDs. In Ireland, they have a station that's just called Christmas FM. That I don't know when, but now it must be running already. And then I used to kind of listen to when I used to drive around a lot for work. So I used to just listen to it in the car. The problem is that they play the same songs over and over and over and over. It's like I don't know why they bother. They literally have like I don't know, literally maybe 20 or 30 songs or 40 songs. And they just play those over and over and over and over, and then they have people talking, and I'm going, it's like, and then they say, and here's one you might not have heard. No, we've heard it like 3 billion trillion times already. Every year, it's the same songs. Play something different. And I don't mind them playing like the favorites, like all I want for Christmas is a hippopotamus. That's fun, but it's like, After you've heard it 30 times in a week, it's like, it's not fun anymore. I might have well, at least I have heard the Christina Aguilera. Jewel, Jewel, Jewel had, did she? I've got 3 CDs. Oh, I used to have 3 CDs of Jewel. I didn't know she had a Christmas CD. Yeah. The problem with streaming playlists is that you're kind of still hostage to them. Like, I like to have my own stuff. Like, I have my late, well, he's not late, but my ex-boss, he gave me a little old iPod because I have 2 of them. The one I left with someone who I don't talk to anymore, um, and the other one's in storage. There you go with everything else. And I had 260 gig, the bigger iPods, the old iPods. And I used to have them in the car. The black one used to live in my car. It was just in the cubbyhole. It was permanently plugged into the car. I used to operate it through the steering wheel. Paid a lot of money to have that, and it was a really crap system. It was really horrendous. It was a horrible system. So I like having my own music. Because, like, for example, if I want to listen to a particular album, I want to listen to the album. I don't want to listen to the greatest hits. So I tend to, and I don't like paying for something that I already own. So that's why I don't have subscriptions to Spotify and all that. I have the music that I like, that I want. So I used to have about 2,000 records, and now I don't know. I've got about 4 or 5 boxes of them somewhere. One is because we found it last minute and I didn't have time to open it, so I don't know what's in it. I don't know what records are in it. Is it okay? Just put it in storage. It went with the others. I had about 3 or 4 boxes that I'd sorted and sold off what I didn't want. But when I have to own something, I buy a record. Oh, okay. That's kind of fun. I actually should have 2 records, a double record and a double CD, and I think I've just left it too long. It was something I sponsored, and then it was not ready in time when I immigrated, and then I immigrated, and I had nowhere for it to be sent to, and the person agreed, and now I just kind of left it because, like, I should actually just sit down and write an email and ask if perchance they still have it, because it's been a while. It's been a couple of years. He might not. But even if he doesn't, I was going to ask him. Look, by now you may not even have it. You may have just sold them as extras, but at least allow me access to the WAV files for the originals. Because I do have the MP3s because they were released beforehand for for the people that supported the project. It was kind of annoying because I should have done it a while back, but I was never in one place for very long. So I asked if he would mind, because for him it actually would save money, because instead of going long distance, it was literally just coming from one island to the other island, from England to the UK, from the UK to Ireland. Um, it depends. I mean, I don't. I mean, I sometimes just play stuff straight through YouTube or something like that because it's just quicker. It's quicker to find sometimes. But if I'm in the mood to listen, the one thing I've also noticed is I tend to not listen. If I'm not listening to anything, I just want peace and quiet. I don't want actually. I don't want anything. I want it to just be quiet. So I don't actually tend to listen to a lot of music. Or when I want to, I want to. Then I know where they are. Then I just go and click. I go through my archive, and that actually designed a kind of a jukebox that will work with HTML files, and then I could just click and just like literally through like a jukebox and just go through the categories and things. I never did finish that because again, it's like things change as you get older. Hey Ivanka, how you doing? Reverend Kona, I always call her Ivanka. Reverend Kona, how you doing? So I think I still do love music. I just feel like I don't really have a lot of time to listen to music because, like, obviously I can't listen to music now. I mean, that now would be a good time for me to be playing music, but it's like it's copyright. So I can't play any of it now. That's like a good 4 or 5 hours a day when I'm streaming. Yeah. Well, actually, I also have my own playlists. They're just off my um, off my hard drive. The thing is, like I said, I had between 4 and 5,000. I actually don't know. Now it's even more difficult to count because they no longer have the boxes, so you can't just like flip through them. But the last count, it was like about 3, 4, 5,000 CDs. That's a lot of music. You never really get bored. And I had a lot of records. Some of them I've converted. Some of them I haven't even converted. Some of them I played I played the original records. Some of them have been ruined. Actually, some of them were spoilt with a flood I had in the house. Some of them were literally stolen because the one box, I'm almost sure the one box just disappeared. Of entire box of records just disappeared, and a lot of them were recorded about 10 years ago. So I Aaron Carter. Oh, I don't know. I know the Backstreet Boys, but I don't know them by name. So they were just kind of a band that came and went. For me, it was. I mean, I have some of the CD somewhere, but it's not wasn't like a huge thing. Yeah, the suggestions do help. That's why sometimes I find new music, but I tend not to really go looking for new music, to be honest, because I just don't actually have the time. Now you think, oh, you always have the time. You can. No, I'm usually doing something. Like for example, I might listen to music when I'm writing. Um, then I might be listening to music. If for example, if I'm working with audio and video, I can't obviously be listening to it, so that doesn't help. I just find that actually not that many times that I actually have time to listen to music. Um, Sometimes listening to catching up on just videos and things that are of people that I normally follow, listen to, and when I have time, I just sit and listen to that. And I don't know. Before I know it, the day's gone anyway. What I used to have is I also had to get rid of everything. I used to have this what they used to call the amphitheater. I can't remember what it was called, the brand, but it was like an amphitheater. It was quite large. I mean, if you look at my hands, it's about that big. It was like an amphitheater, like it curved around. And I had the other iPod that wasn't in the car, was in the bedroom. They were the same size, and I would set music on that. I would also set on repeat and have like a white noise that would play because the neighborhood's pretty noisy. And it wasn't so much that the neighborhood was noisy. It's just that had, for example, you have a yapping dog that wouldn't stop, and I wouldn't be able to sleep because the neighborhood itself wasn't noisy. So if there was noise, if there's sudden noises like the yapping or something like that, then you cannot sleep. So when I used to go to bed, I used to just put that on and go to bed. And I used to play music through there as well. Like some of it was in bed at night. So I used to play music that way. But all of that's gone now. Now I don't have any of that. I sold it. I've got the iPods, but not even a system to play it through. The little one that my boss gave me, he doesn't use it anymore. So but it's only like about a 16 gig. So I have that in the car. So I just play that. Yeah, that's what I find. I find that the world's just become too noisy. You see, because of technology, the world has become very noisy. When I used to listen to a lot of music before the noise of technology, so I'd read and I would work on my drawing board, and when I was an architect, um, I would do stuff with music. Now we're always living on technology, so there's always noise. I don't even have Windows sounds enabled. I've just turned them all off because I can never remember to turn them on and off. So like for example, when you're streaming and there's ping ponging all over the fucking show, it's just noise. Also, sometimes I'm recording, so it's like I do not want to then go and after in edit mode discover that there was something playing. So everything's turned off. So I don't even have those sounds on. Yeah, I don't know. I love technology, but in a way, it's been the curse of humanity because it's actually stolen people's lives, and people don't realize it. That's why one of the reasons why I want to move away to somewhere much quieter, somewhere where there's less technology. I'd like there to be enough bandwidth that I could still do this, but I actually want to get away from technology. I am actually tired of the noise, because technology is wonderful, but it has become a noise. And I keep getting, and everybody people suggesting, oh, you should do this, oh, you should do that, you should be on Twitter. I said, I have 60,000 followers on Twitter. It does nothing. It's just noise. Like you're saying to people, stop chasing the noise. Hello, Tribulator. How you doing? I'm well, thank you. So, for example, I don't pay any attention to Facebook either. It opens every day on one of the browsers. I just don't pay any. Well, some tabs open up. The queue is still closed right now, but later on we'll be doing some readings. You want to stick around? We'll usually just do some chatting and ease into the into. All right, then we'll see you some other time. Have a good evening or day, and good luck with your exams. So I'm finding that the technology has become noise. It's become, and I think especially since some people weren't here when I went through the change, etc. And I just don't want the noise anymore. And everybody, and I recognize where people are coming from, because like even 5-10 years ago, I was there. Hey, look, it's a wildflower. You didn't. You're fucking rude. How are you doing, wildflower? Nice to see you. Go to sleep before I get to my point. We'll wake you up. We got this bell, you see? Lioness, come to reception, please. So if you leave the sound on, we'll wake you up. What time is it for you? This is my time. Hold on, where's my... I forget that I'm not on the main screen. I'm on the big screen. So that's my time. Now we've got lots of buttons. Accidentally, you'll see if I accidentally go over this way. This is where the keyboard is. Like I might put the cards here and go like, or that one, or sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I reach over for the other cards and I press something. And I go, wow, give myself a headache, because when I press it, I know I'm pressing it. But when I accidentally press it, it's like, and then I get like a, then it's like, wow. And sometimes my earphones are a bit louder than I expect, and I really get a jump. I slipped on some ice. The ice should be in the vodka, not on the floor. Wow. Yeah, the other day, I dropped some on the floor and I immediately stopped. And I said, I'm going to pick this up because I'm not a child anymore. I'm like getting old. If I slip on this shit, I'm going to like 3 months later. Well, maybe 3 months because I want the rent. Then a few weeks later, they'll find me like dead on the floor. It's like, no. I'm going to pick up that ice and I'm going to throw it in the sink. Hope it wasn't too much of a bang. Actually, I haven't banged my head for a while. Actually, the last time I used to bang my head, I actually have X scars because I mean, I'm you might not have noticed, but I'm relatively bald. And I was living in the loft. And fuck's sakes, I kept coming. When the roof. So when you go down to pick up something closer to the edges, you naturally like put your head down. But when you come back up, you forget you're underneath a beam. Oh, ow! And I have all these all these. Not scars, but like scabs, like for a while they have like when you scratch yourself kind of thing, you get like a thin scab on my head, banging my head on the roof. Like, oh, for fuck's sake, you think about? I remember by now. I live in a fucking loft. You can only stand in about the middle, like 20-30% of the room. Yeah, 30-40. No, it was more about 30-40% of the room. The other side, you can't just come back up. No, that was a wow, whack. It snowed. Oh. Yeah, no, that's when I walk like Bigfoot, like flat-footed. Oh, it was horrible when we were doing deliveries during the snow. That wasn't last Christmas, Christmas before. Oh my God, it was a nightmare. And the roads were snowed and was frozen. And Ireland isn't prepared for snow, really. So the cars don't have tires for snow. Now I actually do. I actually have very good tires. And it's like, oh, it was horrible. I ended up slipping one day, like scraped all the way down my side of my leg. Surprised I didn't kill myself that day because I'm not really. I'm African. We don't really know snow except in the mountains. That was the worst. Was the icy patches afterwards. That was the worst because um, the roads. There was a particular road, and the owner of the house, well, the person I delivered to, said, "No, this is how you finding the weather." I said, "No, it's like really really slippery." And it says, "Yeah, this road's very very bad because it's like in the shade, so it doesn't get any sun. So because it's still cold and the snow, the cars have actually I mean, she knows because she lives there. So every year it compacts into this like hard mirror-like surface that's super slippery. I was like driving down her road with like 20 kilometers an hour, like come slowly to a stop because the skid is going to slide. She said, "No, it always lasts here. It always lasts much longer than elsewhere because of it just doesn't get enough sun. The road does. I think there's like a taller block on the other side of the road, so it just doesn't get any sun to sort of melt. So it stays frozen. The road stays frozen, completely frozen for a while longer." Hey, Jamie. Well, I don't know about everybody's being awesome. You can say some people are awesome. I don't know about me. Hey, thank you for the follow, Lioness. So, yeah, we're talking about cold weather and slipping on ice. And it wasn't the vodka. No, but I've almost had one. That's why I said, well, if I drop ice on the floor, I had to like push it like to the side so it's like under the counter edge. So I'm not likely slipping it. Well, I go hunting the fucking ice cube because sure as Bob, I will find an ice cube and I will trip it and I will go sliding across the house and break off a dozen limbs and and bang my head against the door or something. So I go hunting for those ice cubes. The other had the other. Actually, it was funny was when I made the mayonnaise 2 days ago, and usually it's messy. But I was actually was only now that I was thinking about it because I said I actually got through quite a mess-free mayonnaise session, but then I got one big splotch on the floor, like right at the end. There was the bottles all filled. They were in the fridge. The counter was pretty much clean. There was almost no mayonnaise in it, and literally I was just cleaning like I used I think it's about 1.5 liter jug where I mixed it to because it doesn't fit in the blender. It was just like cleaning the jug and like, ow, for fuck's sakes. Like I got through all of this without making a mess. It's like right at the end. There's no mayonnaise inside except when I was scraping off the mixing bowl kind of thing. Well, it's not really a mixing bowl, but it's like a measuring jug, but it's quite large. So it's like on the fucking floor. So I love how the queue so long. People can get into the queue. Actually, normally on this screen it actually tells you, but I'm not on the big screen. Normally I don't spend a lot of time on that big screen. I don't like myself on that big. Yeah, so that's like especially because I'm not used to snow. So like when it snows or how did you know it was hello? Oh, no, how did you know? How did you know it was hello? Did you click on help? How did she know it was hello? Unless it's a new nickname, but it's not person. You've been here before. So, yeah. This week I've really got to put my ass into gear. And I'm going, oh, it seems like so much hard work already. Did it? Where? I didn't see it. Oh, I went to reading. Yeah. I had to change the one because I forgot. I saw it posting the one day and I went, that one's still saying join. So I copied and pasted into my to-do note, the to-do folder. and the to-do folder has been getting longer and longer. So like one of these days I'm going to look in it and see. Yeah, normally it would say so most people don't read. It would say that, but like usually when I'm in the chatting screen, then there's kind of no hello Hank. There's no indication or anything, which is kind of true. But like I'm not sure how I'm going to put in, and then I need I suppose I could do it with the scene, but then I couldn't change it. I need to find a way to automate the switching the cue graphics on and off. Switching them around, because it's all very nice. It's got a transition, but the thing is, I still have to do it. No, it's not. Hey, tell someone who cares. No, it can't be redeemed, so therefore cannot be redeemed. We might do a few today. By the way, that's the annoying inventor of the journey spread. So he's hinting that it's still not in the redemption, the point redemption thing. They're going to require a lot of points anyway because they're quite in depth. I tried one. Oh, my eyes feel so weird today. I feel like swollen. I tried one or two of them last night, and I just gave up trying to understand it. It's like it's too late. I'm too tired, and I don't care. It's not giving me the answer I want, so therefore I don't care. that was my. I'll email Twitch to give those Twitch points to me. Good luck with that one. Good luck with emailing Twitch at all. Someone's watching stream with mummy. Okay, the question is this person a teeny tiny toddler or 6 years? Either way, I suppose language could get a bit foul. Right, what's this card for tonight? I like this one. I need to get some more cards, but anyway, that's for another lifetime. I always forget. It'll focus here, then we can bring it up. Nope. All that I love is more important than all that I fear, and it's going nuts. Backwards and forwards. I mean, how many times does it have to do that before it's fine? No, okay, fine. I'll focus there. What did we do before autofocus? Well, we went on live. We went live online, so we didn't need autofocus. Actually, the autofocus has actually been around. Jeez. Autofocus has really been around for a long time. I'm trying to remember. When did this autofocus? Autofocus has been around for like probably 20 years, 25 years. It's nothing new, actually. The auto exposure has been around for like... I was a teenager. That's how long ago auto exposure was around. My dad had the Canon A1 and I had the Canon AE1 programmed. It's a stupid name, but that's what the camera's called. It was about second or third from the top. And I was a teenager, and already there was auto exposure and everything. It would calculate the exposure. So it's like really nothing new. People go, technology. No, before we had technology, we already had these things. It's just the technology didn't run our lives. So, what are we doing today? I have no plan, really. I just turned up. Don't expect anything more. I said I would turn up, so I thought I'd better turn up. Check that. The YouTube. Chat is working. Let's see if it pops up. Alright, it is working. The YouTube chat's at the top. I wonder if before the telephone era, telepathy was more common. I don't know, actually. That would be an interesting... that would be a very interesting... I suppose we can't really experiment, but that would be an interesting experiment to perform. I'd probably say it wasn't more common. It's just that people noticed it more. I also did a test journey spread again yesterday, but they put the subject in a different corner again, just to keep you on your toes. That's why I say just specify the shit. So that's where it's going to go. That's where it's going to be. Work with me. Then you know what. Then you kind of know what is coming. That's why a lot of people think I'm overly strict now. That's why I have all those spreads that I can never remember, because I think partly they're also kind of, I suppose, in the sense a download. In the sense it's a, I don't know what the word would be. Who's played it? Well, it's teaching you to be flexible. It's teaching you to interpret the cards. I must be honest, I'm actually looking forward. The problem is I end up doing the damn workshop in my head like at 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 o'clock in the morning, and I can't sleep. And I need to just do the actual workshop instead of doing it in my head. And that's the issue. But I'm still nowhere near it. So I've got to make a plan this week. I still haven't signed off on that book because I haven't heard back from the author. So I'm still waiting for him to give me the cover. I meant to go over it again today, and I just like, I should really, because I've been giving it a little bit more time. So I really should go over it. But this week, I've got to go out tomorrow. And I don't think I'm going to stream tomorrow night. Maybe do Tuesday, Wednesday, and then we'll see how it goes. The problem is between getting up late and then streaming and then going to bed again late, I don't seem to get anything done, and I've got to focus. I've got to get my hours right again. I keep saying that every week, and then like I go through a night, I just don't sleep. I just like literally skip over and go to the next day. The baby's being a diva. You should bring him on stream so we can listen to him chat like his mother before. Yeah, people used to come on, but I don't know. Lately, she just seems to not come on. So I haven't heard Jonas for a while. She used to have him either on her channel or, of course, she can chat. You just have to listen to what he's saying. Jonas doesn't really say any words either. he just squeals. Kind of cute. All right, so there's only one person in the queue actually. Everybody wanted a reading, and then see, only one person. See, they communicate. It's just that people don't understand. Hey, Liz, how are you doing? How is everything with you? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, he's not that old. It's not like he's 65. He's still in the squealing phase. I'm in the center stage. Well, I haven't seen you for a while. Not that it's a reprimand. I haven't seen you for a while. How are you doing? The problem with having more cards, they inevitably don't fit. The new cheapo cards are gone over there. Because I only really need them as additional packs. But now with the Lenormand, really, this nugget just goes under the chat. I don't have much of a choice. I actually should put like a dark pack there. It doesn't interfere as much with the chat over. Ah, look, like a rainbow. Actually, I suppose that go. Look, it's almost like a rainbow. You have blue, red, green, yellow, and back to red. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Okay, never mind. Forget the rainbow. When I lay them out, I just lay them out the particular way because I like it because it goes blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. Or bluish. Yeah. What I like about children and babies is that um, they tend to have less filters. So they tend to be just more honest. They tend to experience things more honestly. And that's why there's a lot of cards about the innocence and being like a child, and people don't actually understand. They don't really understand. if you said your boys were really damn ugly, I'd be a little bit concerned. My boys, I just can't stand them. They're ugly, they're boring, they're dull. I want a refund. Then I'd be a bit worried. I'd be very worried. Thank you, Lioness. I like to. Like I said, we always say, well, a lot of people don't have time to come here now. I always wanted to literally build a community with people, not just do readings. That's why the queue's always closed when we start. Because people who are in a hurry just leave. It's okay. Well, I mean, why must like I'm not here to practice. Like 20 years later, I don't think I need to practice. I give people that attitude, and they're like, fuck it, I'm never going to get a reading in 5 seconds, I'm leaving. Okay, bye. See you later. Send them back. Get a refund. Yeah, that's the thing with children. Children, they you can't really send them back. You can kill them, but you can't send them back. They don't fit where they came from. Lioness, what would you like to know? By the way, that's the other Aries. Manny's the other Leo, but Manny isn't here today. Manny has to work tomorrow. This is the thing with Manny. This is the thing with Leos. No, now I'm looking for trouble. No, with Manny, like if I come on earlier, she doesn't turn up. If I come on later, then she says she's got to go to bed. And I'm going like, can't win. Just can't win. So I just come on whenever I remember. Today I was trying to get the damn Wi-Fi to work because it just doesn't. It's an HP thing. Almost all the laptops are fucked. None of them work properly. The Wi-Fi just turns off. There seems to be only one fired way, and it's such a nuisance. I just don't bother. Is to actually restart, go into the BIOS, exit the BIOS, or just save the BIOS without making any changes. And when you come back, magically the Wi-Fi works again. It used to work in the beginning. Now it's like doesn't. But because I'm plugged in and using the Wi-Fi at the same time, it actually gives me, it's surprising enough, but it actually gives me a boost in speed. So, but I bet you by tomorrow it will not work. Yeah, now HP is the biggest load of shit. The keyboard doesn't even work properly anymore. Like if I'm typing, I'm okay, I am a typist, but like it's like the keys, like you have to hammer them so hard that it doesn't fucking work. I wish I could afford to buy a Red Dragon keyboard, but it'll be another thing that I would have to take with me. I was thinking of getting just a small one, just to type on. Like the wireless one, which is literally just like the basic keys. Then the rest I could just use the keyboard. I find the old HP. I've got an old HP that was sent to me from England from a friend, and that one I have no problems with it. I used it for a while until it's just too old. It's too slow, and doesn't have enough RAM. This is a piece of shit. It costs so much money. It really is a piece of shit. I mean, it already wasn't new when I bought it. It was already dated, the hardware, and it's crap. It's absolute crap. The keys are all worn. It's backlit. Wow, white, and you can't adjust how bright or how not bright it is. So, like the control key is completely worn off. The other keys are wearing off. So eventually, I'm just going to have big white glowing keys with no letters on them. That's how great it was. It started wearing off straight away. I've gone through keycaps. Yeah. Yeah, no, me as well. I mean, with the typing. But this one, the most fucking irritating with this keyboard is like it doesn't type. So you're pressing the keys, it's not typing. So when you look at, and I'm not always looking at the screen when I'm typing. When I look at it, it's like, oh, it hasn't typed anything. What's typed like half of the letters what's missed, and I hit enter. Like sometimes I'm busy doing something, and then I'm looking at something else while I'm typing on another screen, and I hit enter, and I look at it, oh, it hasn't typed half the keys. I look like an idiot. Like, you should check before. No, it wasn't even. That wasn't a spell check. It was just, it didn't type everything. Right. Let me just call up Lioness's messages here. Hey, so annoying. I mean, it's easily resolved with buying a keyboard, but for God's sake, this is supposed to be a gaming laptop. No, it doesn't. No, typing is entirely optional on a laptop. Right, let me focus. I would like clarity on my direction and to know if I'm being blind or wise. Oh, no, stop it. The way things are unfolding for me right now. Interesting question. Hey, Jess, how you doing? Wow. There's more than I've written in a couple of weeks. I haven't really had time or inclination or give a shit. This week I've got to edit the other one. I've got to get the other one together, the Cartomancy one, and I've got to finish the spiritual one. I'm going. Ugh. Once I get into it, I like it. It's just like, but it doesn't stop because I've got to finish them. Then I've got to get them ready. Then I've got to get people to edit them because I can't afford an editor. So I'm gonna have to get the people offered to help me edit the book. And then at the same time, I've got to put on the workshops. I'll record the videos for the intro workshops, the El Cheapo workshop course things. And then it's like I'm going, oh, I feel tired already. But I need income and I need to get it going before I leave. Now, this is the one thing about cheap cards. Okay. This one, look at this pack. It's brand new. Look what it looks like. Look, that's the brand new one. Okay, these are the expensive ones, which have been. These are my favorite cards that I use literally every single day. Okay, every single day I use them. These I bought yesterday. Look at those. Look at those. Even if I push them together, I mean, it's like, and that's why you buy. That's why, like I like the bicycles. Look at that. Look at that. And I've tried bending them. They've had almost no use. These are the cheapest. But I got, well, €2 ago. But look at this. They don't actually straighten. They're like gone into like a crinkle cut. This is another reason why I say to people, don't do this. It's very tempting. It's very satisfying in a way. But like, don't rifle shuffle. Because you see, that didn't even work. Nope, that's not going well. Don't rifle shuffle because this is what happens to them. Look, you see, look what they look like. Look at that. Especially with cheap cards. They just don't come back to normal. Whereas the better cards do. These have had so much use. Look at that. They sit perfectly. I'm having a self-care night, so I'm doing good. What does that mean? Sounds, if you were older, I'd say I would say something else, but anyway. All right, let me focus. Let's see what advice is. This is a surprise, 2 cards that pop out. That's, for me, is very rare. All right, now, I haven't used these for a while, so maybe pull them out. Pull them out every evening, but I don't always use them. Mostly because for a lot of the cards, I have to look at the meanings. Leave it down because I always forget. I really like these. These are the astrology, the stock codes, astro cards. And I find them very useful, and I really like them. I just need to sit with them again at some time when I have some time. The usual thing. I want to sit with them again and go through all the cards again and try to remember them as more as skincare. So you got like a big avocado pack on your face right now, don't you? And cucumbers, so you can't see me. Yeah, they're cheaper. It's not good. They were quite the cards were quite nice when I got them. I mean, you can see they're still like how white and clean they are. Um, generally I find that it's also quite nice. I actually prefer the bicycles. Almost all of mine are bicycles, except for the cats ones. Uh, they got like a slightly darker edge anyway, but the cheaper ones, I don't know. They literally just like these. You can see I picked them up. They sit together, like and I can rifle shuffle them. They will still come back to look how they bend. You can do a rifle shuffle, which I do not advise. They will bend a little bit, but look, even bent, they still stay together, and they're back to normal. That's the difference. With these, it's like look, they just don't sit. Look at the other side; it's like they're all like kind of warped. But they were €2, and I often need an extra pack. So I've got 3 packs there that I use when I need them. Yeah, they're good quality cards. It says so on the box. It doesn't say on the back here, no. No, it just says on the box. Good quality. If you have to put good quality on the box, they're not. These are the bicycle cards. Don't bother to say any of that. They just say bicycle. All right. So to answer your, it's not really an answer, but the box doesn't lie. I mean, the box would never lie. It would never be false advertising. I think literally, you are talking about spiritual stuff, but also either working with magic or something very practical. Because you got the magician in the middle. You see, that's why it's really pointing that you are working with magic of some sort. That's the magician, for me, as my cards, and that's the making things happen. All things relating to magic, but just in general, making things happen. There's an interesting spread to interpret because I didn't really ask anything. I just let the cards come out. So I don't interpret it as negative or positive. I just think it's just you're literally working with spiritual matters. So I don't think you're being blind to anything. See, more bicycle cards. Oh, they just glide so smoothly. But these are brand new. But also the others. But I mean, that's the thing. Those two are the same age. These are literally the same. They're just one's red, one's blue. And look at the quality of them. And you can see how they're slightly dirtier, grubbier from handling. I wanted these to get just a because I have, but they're in storage. I've got a set of red bicycle cards, old, from they're about 20 years old. They're in storage, and I used them for 20 years. They're still in storage. And I got from the same time period. I got a set of blue, which, if I've still got them, I'm assuming I don't know if I've still got them or not. I really have no idea. I hope so. Back then, it wasn't overly important. I only used one pack, and it was the same pack over and over. No, I think you. Are you still there, Lioness? I haven't heard you. I haven't heard you. I haven't seen you type anything for a while. I really don't see anything that you need to be concerned about. First thing is, like, I don't believe in the right path or the wrong path, or um, I don't. This is something. This is something that you believe in before you understand what the path is. Once I think they're just a Hollywood thing. I think what they are is they're cool, so they are they're soothing. While you've got the Avo on your face, they're kind of just soothing to the eyeballs, releasing sort of the pressure, and it just feels cool. And I think that's the only reason. I don't think it does anything. I think it's just a typical Hollywood fad. Yeah, so I don't see any warnings of any sort. I just see you connecting with it. You're passionate about it. Um, Somewhat feisty, independent, and it's kind of leading to results. So I don't think there's anything that you're blind to. Let's see what your challenge is. Change. And what would help is a journey. You see, I don't even pick up any kind of real comfort zones or anything. Let's see what. I don't remember those two cards. I don't remember very well. Let me just have a squiz through. So, Uranus's challenge. I've forgotten about this description. Uranus electrifies. It may even feel like your finger is stuck in an electrical socket. You're anxious to change, but you can spin your wheels until you shift into the next gear. Prepare for an evolutionary. So I just think of the cartoon image of with the finger in the socket. Every time I read it, it just makes me laugh. Prepare for an evolutionary leap. Shocking circumstances can force you into engaging gifts you didn't know you had and help you transform. You are not those external attributes in transformation. You will not dissolve. A caterpillar is still internally the same creature once it becomes a beautiful butterfly. So, in terms of actions, surprise or be surprised. Be ready to shift gears. So that's why it's encouraging, as a challenge. It's encouraging the change. So that's obviously for you. I didn't normally. I would get like fours to indicate comfort zones for them. This is 56. The journey it literally is the lead on from encouraging you to go along the path. That's what would help. This is not a small obstacle or opportunity. This is part of the complex pattern. Every choice you make changes how it unfolds. Trust the tides and set your sails. Progressions do not speak of a passing thing, but to the big sweeping arcs of karmic fate that I tend to not believe, but regardless, to your soul's journey. Your present situation may not make sense in the short term because it has more to do with the big karmic patterns again. um, and those that intersect with the karmic patterns of the world's progress, and less to do with your daily existence. Stand back and look at your life's journey. Think of the years you've engaged with the world and the years you needed, and the years you needed time for more personal work. Consider making a timeline or painting this landscape to see how you are in those big sweeping patterns. The situation may feel fated, but the outcome is not predestined. Though you may feel uncomfortable, you will always have a choice about how you respond and where you go. So yeah, whatever you're doing, Miss Magician, this is your change. This is the push for you to There was a two of spades, which means you need to make a decision. Opportunities, leadership, celebration. So I'm not sure what you're up to, but I don't think that there's no real warnings about it. I mean, there's not much to tell you about it in terms of like, I don't think there's anything that you're being blind to. I think you're progressing as you should. Because think about it, both of them are about progress. Both of them are about change, about moving forward. So I think the only warning here would be not to fall back on a sense of comfort zone and, not want to change, not want. We always think of also in the way of change as in, like, well, we change, we'll become somebody else. That's not necessarily true. Change just changes in like how you do things, what you do, etc. That's change as well. I'm looking to start my life anew, taking a second to go and worried about all kinds of factors. Yeah, but you don't need to be worried about anything. That's the thing. You literally don't have anything to worry about. Fear. Wow. Fear is a human emotion. It's an ego-driven thing. Ultimately, in the spiritual realm, there's nothing really to fear. We've been taught to fear all things that are hidden or seemingly hidden. But things that are hidden are really just things that you have not either remembered or, as I put it, or learned, as other people put it. I say, we remember stuff that the soul knows. So we don't necessarily learn. We just start remembering and start applying it again. So to us, it seems like new. And it kind of adds that element of fear purely because it feels like it's new. But ultimately, when you really boil it down and you really analyze it, it's not all that new. Well, there are things that the soul doesn't know. That is valid. But it's not stuff. That's not really stuff we learn on an earthly level. Hey, Tribulator, you back? So the soul doesn't know everything. In fact, some souls don't know very much at all. They're also on the learning curve. But I understand it. The soul doesn't. The soul learns on a soul level, but it experiences things on a physical level. Well, to experience, but I don't think there's not that much that the soul learns from being incarnate. Not on a spiritual level, not on a soul level, but this is why I say people take this life overly seriously, because this is literally an experience. Soul is held by infinite wisdom. It's what we are here to ask and to learn in a physical level. Yeah, but because the soul already knows a lot more than we do, we are basically remembering what the soul, like for example, we can't actually know more than the soul knows, because the soul has the evolution of the soul is what brings further information to the soul, which is what we have access to. Or if you have access, well, I mean, everybody's got access, but if you access the Grand Akashic Library, if you ask for, like I always say, if you ask if you ask the right questions and you look for the answers, you will get them, because mostly the soul already knows these things. The soul learns on a different plane. It's not that the soul can't learn new things here, but for example, the soul doesn't learn about soul stuff in the physical realm. The human ego learns and is first introduced to the soul in the physical realm. Hello, Open Dragon. Como estás? So for me, it's a remembering. And I just can't let go of that expression because that's what it is. It is remembering of what your soul already knows. It's just that we have what Delight in the Book of Delight calls. I suppose other people call it as well. It's the veil of forgetfulness. So the only way the soul can come down here and learn, not you see, the soul's learning is experiencing things. So, for example, you can't exactly have sex when you don't have a body. Let's face it; it's pretty difficult. You can have love and all of that kind of stuff, but you can't bonk unless you have a body to bonk with. So those are experiences. Those are actual experiences that the soul can remember. And when it goes off into La La Land and it creates its own universe and it plays out different scenarios for itself, and it learns. It's almost like playing chess with itself in a sense, and with others in the spiritual realm. It can remember the experiences, but it can't actually have some of these experiences in the spiritual realm because it doesn't have a body. It's a purely incarnate experience. But it's not like it doesn't know them. It's just looking to learn different things, and it's almost like it's like looking at life from different angles and trying to understand things from different points of view. Then there's also the fact that all of this is going on at the same time. The time is not linear. Our lifetime, our experience of the incarnate is a linear thing because we're born and we die. But the soul's experience of this is not the same because the soul is literally. There's a video, but no, I don't know if I copied. I don't think I saved. It was a TikTok video. I didn't save. I don't know if I saved the link. Let me see if I can get the link because I know it was on another. And this woman she got this from her guides because some of the stuff that's where we get. Some of it is given from our souls. It's just that people don't know where they're getting it from, so they call it from the guides. Let me just see if I can find it. If I can remember. If I can get the link, I'll post it for you. I should actually save the link. What did I do this for? Are these all voice channels, Nicholas? Damn it, I don't know. I didn't save the link, I think. I know that it was posted in a Discord. In a Discord group. Actually, I might have posted. Did I post it into my own Discord? Who's here asleep? Who's in my Discord? Did I post that? Let me go have a look. It would have been posted under what's spirituality? Load. I think I posted that video into that Discord. Did I? No. Nope. Seems like I didn't. Maybe it was. I thought I posted it in there. Why can I not find the damn video? It's just because it explains it. There's no point in going into great detail trying to explain something that's already been explained. That's the way I look at things. Why waste your time chasing your tail? When it is, I could have sworn that I posted it into my Discord. Why is it not there? And this, like, I pointed out the other day, but I posted it into the wrong place. No. And I actually need to save that link. It was a TikTok video. Well, it was a series of TikTok videos, I think, if I remember correctly. And it explained how the soul, and it kind of makes sense in a 2D way. It explained. Let me see if I can run a search here. think I might have faded. Oh yeah, here it is. Just double check it's this one. And I'd advise people go, yeah, it's this one. Okay, just kill that before it starts to play. Never know with copyright stuff. I suppose I could just maybe post this here. So that's, I think it's a series of it. It's like a playlist, I think, and it's this. I can't remember the name. I'm not on TikTok very much, and it explains how the soul experiences the timeline, but in a 3D flat way. But it's accurate enough for you to understand like how the soul is experiencing the multitude of lifetimes. So for the soul, there is no timeline. There's just an ongoing galaxy of experience going on around it that it's obviously, to a certain extent directing. So I found that to be a very useful video. So it's actually, I'm going to repeat that link. I don't think I'm searching for it. We put it on here. There we go. Now I won't forget. It does a very good example of explaining all of that. So I've kind of got sidetracked. So just to round this off, I don't think you need to be worried about anything. I'm not finding anything that you need to that you're blind to, or like not seeing or ignoring or avoiding, or any of that nature. So I don't see an issue here with any of that. So I think it's just a matter of just going along the path of just learning and experiencing. You already said that you don't like the idea of rushing along and just not taking time to experience everything, which is part of the learning curve. And a lot of people don't learn that. They rush their entire lives, then they retire and they die. They immediately die straight after that. And they don't really get to the point of that this lifetime is a collection of memories. If all you remember is rushing to work and rushing home and rushing to work and rushing home, you haven't lived. And it makes sense from a very short timeline perspective. I've got to pay the bills. I've got to pay the mortgage. I've got to pay the car. Blah 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 blah. I've got to pay for the holiday that we had 3 years ago that we still haven't finished paying for. But that's just the hamster wheel. At the end of the day, the soul doesn't really care about your mortgages. It cares about the experience. And if you can't enjoy the experience, then it's a missed opportunity. Anything else you want to ask, Lioness, in relation to this? They're looking at all the stats. It's very quiet today. Why am I disconnected from? From the internet. I'm just talking to myself. I'm hitting refresh. I don't know. I'm not getting any signal. There we go. Like it's unusually quiet. It's usually, it can be quiet, but this. So even if the journey is taking a long. Yeah. See, I say I don't believe that there's a right or a wrong path. People believe that there's this. People believe that life is like this, and that isn't the way. I mean, it can be if that's what you choose life to be. People think that life is this, and then they get stuck here, and they don't go anywhere. They don't go anywhere because they're stuck at the crossroad. The crossroad. Now, I always like to explain to people this card is stop focusing on the background. God's sake. Like when you get here, this path goes off and it's a bit obscured. This path goes straight down to the beach and it's nice and sunny. Then what you don't see is that these two paths connect at the beach anyway. They go the same direction. Doesn't matter which path you take. It's just the experience is going to be different. This side, the experience is not nearly as clear. This one, yeah, you go, focus. God damn it. This one goes, you can see the path is relatively clear. Go straight. I see, this is what pisses me off. It cannot even see the desktop. Why is it still trying to focus on it? Fuck. So it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which one you go down. You're still going to get to the same part. So people get stuck. They get stuck there and go, whoa. Oh, this is very, very important. I've got to make the right path because I can't come back. You don't have to come back. You just have to go forward. That's the point. So it is a choice. It is a crossroads, but you're not going to die. The world's not going to explode. You're just going to have a different experience. And people get stuck there because they don't know. But if, and then all they have is a lot of buts. In truth, the first card you put down, all that I love is more important, gave me a lot of clarity. Which card? From these? No. The 7. That was the first one I put down. Well, no, I usually start from that side. So I'm not sure what you meant by that. So the thing is that human beings and the ego get stuck on the I need to know the answer because I need to go down the right path. I don't want to waste. Oh, this one. Yeah, but that's like for the stream. Yeah, that one applies so much more than most people actually understand. People don't read it literally. They try to find meanings that it's a literal thing. All that I love is more important than all that I fear. And most people live in fear. Their whole lives, they live in fear. They live in fear of fear. And you don't live because you're always in fear. So like when you get to that at the top. No. So when you get to that crossroad, then you're in fear. You're always in fear. Because when you get to the crossroad, if I make the wrong choice, it's like, if you make the wrong choice, you go down a different path. Enjoy it. That's it. So that's why I always say not to, especially with spiritual matters, not to have fear. It's like if you make the wrong choice, then you will have new opportunities. And they say, but then I can't ever go back. No, you can't ever go back because that's the point. Oh, stop it. Today it's really annoying me, this with this web camera. If you could just keep returning, you'd never achieve anything because you'd run to the fork in the road, you could run up ahead and see, okay, it looks like that might not be so nice. So you run back and you go on the other side, you see some other obstacle on the other side, you go, okay, maybe the other side was better. And you run back and you go to the other one, and then you just never get anywhere. That's why there is generally no options to return. Because you're supposed to be experiencing new things, not the same old. What human beings want to do is they want to know both paths, try out both paths, and then decide which path they're going to take. There's no point to that. You've already done both paths. So, anyway. So that's, for me, I don't know, you're on a spiritual journey. As I said, you pulled out the magician and the magic card. So for me, that bodes well. It can be a very literal thing of literally working with magic, which for me is just manifestation. So I don't put much great emphasis on magic per se. It's just a manifestation. It's an intent. So I don't dismiss it in the sense, like, for example, I've done it. I did it once. Yeah, I thought, well, why not? I'm Aries. I'll try anything once, twice if it's kinky. You're welcome. I mean, if I'd seen obstacles, like sometimes, like if that one came out with like lying to yourself and the end of a cycle, then I'd say, okay, this is what you need to do. This is confirming it. You're not being honest to yourself, and you've already ended the cycle, and you're still hanging on. So for you, I don't see that. I see really just someone who's stepping into their own power, is learning or understanding or remembering, or whatever you want to call the spiritual path that you have chosen for yourself. It's visualization and manifestation or working, which the Seven of Clubs. That's why it's the magic card. It's making things happen. So that's why it's aligned with the magic card, because you make spells and talismans and blah 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 that make things happen. I just look at it as making it happen. So the magic is that you make it happen. You're manifesting something. So I suppose in for me it would be a manifesting card. But it still stays a magic card because some people relate to the magic. So it doesn't really. I prefer that people focus on the intent, the energy, the manifestation over the spells, because it's a crutch. He's not in the queue. Was he supposed to be in the queue? No, he was just giving you a hug. Aurora's the one that started that, but she's been busy with the exam, so she hasn't been here. I chatted to her yesterday, I think, or the day before. Yeah, but the other way, the exclamation mark has to be before, not afterwards. Oh, what the hell? It would be great if I was actually typing in the thing. Oh, we'll throw him in anyway, just in case somebody else turns up. And he changes his mind. All right, so let's go to Jess Miller. I don't know why I used your surname, Jess. I'm literally just reading out loud. We'll go on to Jess Miller 88. And then we'll go on to Henk 717, like a Boeing. And that's kind of, for those of you who joined this, kind of how, it's loosely how we do things. I really need to be more strict. I did not open or ask for help this way, but I know I was guided here. You're welcome. That's why we do this. And like I always say, when you ask the questions, you will get the answers. You just have to listen. You have, and by listening, it's not like that stupid teenager soap opera drama saying, "Of course I'm listening." It's like, no, listen. Like it could come in any way. It could come through a channel on Twitch. It could come through a video on YouTube. It could come through a seashell on the beach. Whatever. I don't pay too much attention to those particular signs. Mostly because they tend to be, for me, relatively random. Like, for example, if I see two feathers outside my door, I don't think too much about it. There's big trees above my house, the little house that I'm in. Let me run a test and see. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 seconds. I've got 4-second delay. Not very low frame rate drop. So I've got a good connection on my end. What was I saying? Yeah, so I've got on the other side. There's a very very high wall. On the other side, it's kind of the mountain. What's not a mountain? It's a hill. There's no mountains in Ireland. So I mean, there's always plenty of birds in that. So there's a very high chance that there will be feathers here. So unless I specifically ask for an answer, I don't take it as an answer. But you can do that, for example. But then, like, if you're living in a forest, there's going to be plenty of feathers. Do you know what I'm saying? It doesn't mean for me is when and you'll see as I progress here. For you, there weren't any duplicate cards. When I pull out, you see, there's your magic card. And then that's when because it's beyond probability. When I do that, and then you'll see me and I do another question, and then the same cards come out, and sometimes exactly the same cards keep coming out, or the other night they came out in exactly the same order, except for the middle card was different. The probability on that are like now there will be nothing that there's no question. There will be nothing that will repeat. This is the logic. This is the logic of probabilities that the cards don't repeat. So for me, I look at that as a sign that we're on the right path to the information. But other than that, I don't. But different people work different ways. Some people like angel numbers. For me, they're just numbers. I don't. I would have to literally focus on it. Jess, did you ask your question? I don't think I saw. Unless I missed it. Maybe Jess is away. Well, it is Jess. Oh yeah, it's Jess. Sorry. When the names will come up at the same color, I battle to see the difference. There's a guy that always teases me and stuff, and I'm not sure if he's just being flirty or has a crush on me. Well, if you're not interested, why are you asking? Do you understand how you defeat your own objective? If you're not interested, why do you care? It's like, just let it go. Or ask him straight out, hey, why are you being an asshole? Stop. Grow up. Yeah, so he teases you because he's being flirty. Are you happy? Are you happy, Miss Jess? Is it free food guy? A free food, yeah, free food guy. You said you're not interested. Why would it be an option? You see. Hello, Nine Dawns. How you doing? Either everybody's putting the exclamation mark on the wrong end today, or people are genuinely excited to. Why are my eyes really bad today? Oh, feels like I can't see through. Almost like I have a twitch. I'm good, thank you. Nine Dawns. Oh, yeah, it's an option to. Yeah, well, I mean, you asked a question, you got an answer. What are you going to do with it? When you're young, you have plenty of time. You assume you have plenty of time in that. So, like, they are curiosities to things. A twitch on Twitch. Yeah. I actually genuinely do have a twitch sometimes, but it's I got it under control when I was a teenager. So now it's very seldom. But occasionally when I know when I'm being stressed when it starts coming back. Not that I have a twitch, it's just that I can't see. It's probably could be just like gunk, like allergies, and sometimes certain types of allergies create like a gunky layer on your eye that you can't see properly. So you asked, now you know. Hello, Kitty Boo. How are you doing? Nice to see you here. Well, Yes, Miller, this is a learning curve for you. If you're not interested, why are you investing time into this? Do you not have enough things to deal with in your life? Do you not have studies? Do you not have this move to Italy that you need to focus your attention on? Do you see how you're all over the place and you are nowhere? You're just kind of bouncing backwards and forwards. And I'm not reprimanding you, I'm just saying, do you see? Focus on the things that are important to you. Don't focus on, and don't worry about the things that aren't important to you. Like this, unless you are interested, you know. Another reason why I don't like these questions is because you might now go and tease the boy or the man or whatever, you know, and for no good reason, when you could just not play the game, you know. Anything else you want to ask, Jess? By the way, he seems like a nice person. Seems like a nice, genuine person. Not that is a reason for you to be interested in him. So thank you for joining us, Kiddibu. It's a little bit different here than other places. We do have a queue. We sort of loosely follow the things. I always think if somebody asks a question like that, I always think there's more to it than meets the eye. When we are curious about stuff, sometimes we are more curious than, you know. Well, because he had nice cards. He had nice, sincere cards. He had the Jack of Hearts as romance, and he had the Jack of Clubs, which means a sincere person, sincere lover, genuine person, young but genuine, as opposed to being an arsehole. 7-card general love reading. Remind me about that one afterwards. Am I popular today? Why am I popular today? What? Oh, stop scrolling down. Where? Ugh. God damn it. There's one way to remember. Too far from the keyboard. It didn't add the message. Oh, that's because it's reached the limit. Which I suppose we could actually change that to 10 again. We don't usually have that many. Oh, let's put this back to 10. I just have to remember to... Oh, hang on a second. Put this back to 10. Let's see if that works now. Then I don't have to ask you later. Because I will ask you later. Somebody else redeemed something. Let me see. Who redeemed something? No, it was just Open Dragon. Henk, what is your question? You got cakes left. Cake. I didn't yesterday. I didn't fast eat. I thought, screw it. Today I'm in the same mood as like, screw it. I don't feel like it, but I really should. Yeah, I changed the Kiddipu. I changed some of the commands, mostly to stop. I'm just reading up to see what I've missed. Mostly to just avoid what the greatest good calls the tarot tourists, who just pop on. If they don't get a reading within 5 seconds, they leave without leaving the queue, and then the queue's filled with people, and like none of them are here. It's busy, but there's not a lot of chatting, Jamie. I think maybe it's just because it's slim pickings on Twitch. Let me see. Let me refresh. Leah Morgana is on. Leah is on. Oh yeah, it's because I'm at the top of the queue. That's why. Top of the list. So when the people first land on the tarot stream, they come here and they go, "Look, he's not even doing cards. I'm leaving." There are little ones, little cakes for little people. So I'm quite large, so I need more than one. Curious if I am still on the right track with new things I'm trying this week, in regards with the bigger picture. I got towered for. What does that mean? Got towered for. Let me scroll down here and pick up your messages all in one good. Too good for one bite. Yeah, she kept reminding me why I didn't get cakes when I was out. I said, well, I was technically on my fast yesterday. Yeah, I fast one day, I don't fast one day, I fast one day, I don't fast one day. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. It's a good way to control my weight. And I need to lose more. I mean, not like a lot more. I need to lose, ideally I would like to lose about 6 or 7 kilograms. But that's not realistic. But I'd like to lose at least another 3 or 4. That's achievable. So slowly it will. It was, remember the spiritual spanking. If I did not change soon, I'd get the tower. No, I don't remember that. I remember none of that. I think that was Rose. That wasn't me. I take no ownership of what Rose does, and if it's good, and then I could take ownership of it. Oh, that one. That was a long time ago. Yeah, I was typing what she was saying. I'm going, that's not fair. I'm going to look like a fake. As I'm typing it, she's saying it. I'm going, I can't type as quickly. That's when you don't do it. When you're an annoying little shit and you don't listen, then you get a spiritual spanking. Yeah, and he got hammered. That was a while ago though. He got hammered on Rose's channel because I was on Rose's channel, and then I don't know, something just started niggling in my brain. So I started typing in her as she was doing the reading for him, and I was typing, and like I was literally typing out the stuff. I mean, ordinarily I'd be a bit closer when I'm not actually got this board in front of my laptop. So I was typing out the stuff, and as I was typing it, she was saying that I was hitting enter, and it's like obviously there's a delay and everything. So I was like saying things much later, and then she came onto my channel, and we carried on beating up on him. And I said to him, "You've just had an aha moment. You'll realize it when you realize it. You'll realize it. You will realize you've had an aha moment." Thank you for the follow, Kitty. Yeah, like he just typed it as I was saying it, and it just carried on. Because you get to a point where it's like you can see that there's like this. It's like two cogs. I was like, there's like two cogs, and they're like first of all they're like this, and they're just not engaging, and then like they're about to slip into place, and start clicking into. Oh, you off this? Thank you for joining us. I thought you might want a reading. I thought you might get in the queue. Thank you, Liz. Nice to see you. I hope you're doing well and everything's good for you. And when you see there's that it's just about to start to click, then you don't stop hammering away, and then you get and sometimes the person doesn't realize it, and then days later they get the aha moment. Oh, wait a minute, I had the aha moment a few days ago. That's what it meant, and then then you understand. Because you can see it sometimes. It's just starting to click. Yeah, on my end it's pretty good. Hold on. 1, 3, 4. I've got about a 4-second delay, but I think Twitch is not. Yeah, I've got mine. I always have mine set very, very low so it doesn't consume too much bandwidth coming back. I think Twitch is not coping too well. Like repeating. Just hit pause, for those of you watching, hit pause on the video and press play again. Because I think Twitch might have gone through a hiccup. Because I saw my preview was also quite delayed. When you hit pause on the video and you press play again, it catches up to where it is. Yeah, I think it's largely on Twitch side. My side seems to be fairly stable. But like I said, my preview is always set to 160p, so I just need to check the delay. I don't want it to be sucking up a whole lot of bandwidth coming back in at me. I just need to know that it's running and it's what is happening. Back to the reading. Okay, Jess, you should still be here, technically. Yeah, I've stopped doing the automatic thing. I just actually set it to like if I'm watching, I set it to like 720 because there's much less stuttering. It's smoother. It's usually high enough quality to watch most things. Or I set it to a specific bandwidth and I just leave it, so that it doesn't keep changing backwards and forwards. I mean, it's nice that when it's not keeping up, that it drops down, but that dropping up and dropping down, and that I think that actually creates even more of a I'm seeing now on my end, I'm getting it's switching between green and red, but only occasionally. Drop frame rates are like 5%. So only occasionally does the flash to I'm only, it's only occasional, and I'm not getting the drop frame rate or anything. The connection is generally stable. It was all over the place when I started. That's why I disconnected and reconnected several times. I think this is two things. This is either Twitch that's acting up, or it's OBS. Because it was literally sitting at like 70-80% drop frame rate. I thought, this is ridiculous. I've got like, I ran a test before I connected. The bandwidth is there. There's something is happening between the connection to and then I actually hit stop and start twice, and then there was clear sailing. It was perfectly fine. I think something is going on with Twitch. I don't know. All right. So let me I just want to pull some more cards. I do think you are. Yeah, whenever look, Twitch is a perpetual game of loss. So you gradually get more and more and more behind. If you see the spinning wheel and the video stops, the quicker you press pause and play again, it will jump to the beginning, because it usually just resumes the stream from where you left off. But if it keeps happening, from your end, then from Twitch's end, from my end, whatever, you gradually fall. You can be like 5, 10, 15, 20 seconds sometimes even. And if for some reason, if there's a hiccup on my end and the stream is delayed, then you will all be delayed by like quite a bit. So if you start noticing that, the best is just to hit a pause and play. And it was Henk that taught me that trick. And then because you can't really pause a stream, it jumps to the current time. It shouldn't be going to 160p though, because I'm literally getting a 5% drop frame rate overall, and it mostly stays on green. So, but again, I think there's something is up with Twitch. It makes no sense that if I start streaming from OBS and I start getting this huge fucking fluctuation where I'm getting 70-80% drop frame rates, and I press stop streaming and restart streaming, and then it's fine. That doesn't make any sense. It really makes no sense. That means it's not the connection. It can only, then for me, it tends to be two things. This version of OBS currently is not stable and it fucks things up somehow, or Twitch is not behaving. So to answer your question, I think you are on the right track. Somewhat stubborn, but overall, I think it's good news. Being somewhat independent, which is not a bad thing. Welcome back. I think all of this is putting an end to the old cycle. So I think you are basically in that transition between the old and the new, where I think the stuff you've learned, like online to Twitch, etc., the stuff you're learning with the new physio, excuse me. Well, you also got to define what are the improvements that you're looking for. You've already, you see, this is what Rose and I are trying to make you see. This week, you have already seen improvements, but you haven't seen them. You're not seeing them. Do you understand? But you already had improvements this week. Look how much more you did this week. Just that alone is a huge accomplishment. Do you understand? You need to see that, because if you don't see that, you will see no results. You got to see the results in real time. You got the ace of clubs twice. So you've got to see the results. I do notice it's the somewhat painful curve of me hitting the bad spot more often because I can, rather than, yeah. Look, you've got success on the way, but you've got the new beginning. So the aces are good new opportunities. It's the literal description of the aces. It's risky but exciting new beginnings. That's the risk. The risk is to your ego, worrying about the stuff. Obviously, nobody wants you to overdo it. But this week alone, you've hit a milestone. You've hit a new. So now you already know. So I wouldn't suggest repeating this next week, but you already know you could repeat this week next week, and you wouldn't die. You would be okay. Yeah. And the thing is, Henk is rather Aries that way. He wants to see the big bang. He wants to see the big finale. So he's dismissing all the work that he's done. So then it kind of feels like he's not going anywhere. If you notice, if you analyze your week this week, and you realize how far you have come, then you will realize how far you have come. Do you feel worse than the previous week? Having come to the end of the week, do you feel worse than the previous week physically? Or does it kind of feel the same? You see, but you've done much more this week. Look how much more you've actually done this week. That's the point. Now you're waiting. What you're waiting for is that there will be no stress. You always have to have some stress. The body has to have some stress, so it pushes it forward. Like the muscle strain is there to encourage the tearing of the ligaments for them to reconnect and lengthen and become more muscular. Yeah, but you did less. This is the thing. This is the you've got to gradually do a little bit more, a little bit more. So what you shouldn't concern yourself with feeling the same amount of stress. Okay, if you are doing more and more and more, your body is going to catch up to the point where you are doing much more on the same stress levels, and then you know that you have actually progressed. Yeah, but that can only come through doing a little bit more and a little bit more, and with the physio will rehabilitate. Yeah. Henk is very aware of many things. He's a very aware person, but he has physical limitations at the moment. So what happens is it also led to this not totally irrational concern about overdoing things. But now that's the next learning curve, is to unlearn the fear of overdoing things to a certain extent. Yeah, but it's you're looking at it as a goal, not as a trip. So it's easy to get discouraged when we see the goalposts very, very far away. But when you take the goalposts as just this week, so you just look at this week, you might feel the same, but look how much more you did this week. Okay, look at how much more you actually did this week. So that means that your stamina has grown. That means, like, if we go back, I don't know, a few months back, if you had tried this, you'd be feeling like death. You'd feeling 100 times worse. So that says to you that if you had done exactly what you had done 3 or 4 months ago and done nothing, compared to now, you wouldn't be feeling the stress. It's not progress beyond what I was capable. No, because that's going to take a while. That is now rehabilitation. There's no way around that. Hmm. That is a fear. But that's what I'm saying to you. Let go of the fear and push slightly. I mean, the physio has already told you this. The physio has already guided you with this. But I keep pushing on the point that this is stemming from the brain. The brain controls the body. You've got to get the brain to stop sending the stress hormones. One way or the other. Maybe I'm not the best one to explain it. Maybe somebody else will have a better practical way of getting you to deal with it. But that, for me, that is the connection. The brain started it. The brain has got to stop it. The brain brought the body to this condition. Everybody else who's listening might not know the case, but the brain has brought the condition on. So the brain has got to stop the condition. It's like if we're driving a car over nails in the road, okay, and we keep getting flat tires. We keep replacing the tires, but we keep driving over the nails. We got to remove the nails from the road, not from the tires. Today I tried the physio advice of shorter walk more often. And it felt pretty decent afterwards. I ended up having to put that back without. And yeah. But you see, now you're starting to see the correlation between the brain and the body. Like when you went for your walk, you were relaxing. There was no stress. There was no work. There was no. You were just going for a walk. You were slightly concerned about overdoing it, but other than that, you were just doing a little walk. You know, there were birds. You were just enjoying the walk. When you're at the desk, this is why I said to you, set that timer to brainwash your brain into going, are you relaxing? Every 50 minutes. That's literally what it's going to do. Eventually, it's going to be built in. Are you relaxing? Are you overstressing? Are you relaxing? Are you and then that regular thing becomes. The monitor was also lifting. The monitor as in the actual computer screen. Yeah. Well, the physical side has to rehabilitate. I mean, there's no shortcut to that. I would say that the quickest way to it is to keep pushing a little bit more slowly than try and do a lot, then be set back, then do a lot, then be set back. They're both ways of doing it, but I feel like I keep feeling like I'm missing something. Yeah, but you are missing something. You're missing the point that you're not missing anything. That's the way I see it. You're not missing anything. You are looking for a quick fix, and I'm not mocking you. You're looking for, this is what's caused the issue. It's the perfectionism. You're looking for a better way to do than what you're doing. What if what you're doing is already the best way for you? Stop constantly looking for a better way. In a way, it's not to say that you should just be stubborn and go, well, I know everything and this is fine, Yes, but that wasn't physical. That was mental. Now you've got some of the tools and some of the knowledge and some of the information that's come to you that's linking the symptoms with the cause, not always just treating the symptoms. Like, you need to go to the cause. And you acknowledge this, the brain is what led the body into self-destruction. So the cause is lying in the brain, not in the body, even though the symptom lies in the body. And that's the connection you've started making in with the right physio and in the recent past. I also have the thing on my mind that I want to have certainty for the future. But you see, that's a human thing, but there's no certainty. Well, my frame rate keeps going down. So, I mean, the drop frame rate. So my connection seems to be pretty stable. I'll run another test. I've got about 4 or 5 second delay on my end. Excuse me. If I'm still doing so. No, I don't think, again, like with the lioness, I don't think you're doing anything wrong. I think what you do is you are naturally overthinking it too much. So what you are is overthinking it too much. So it's what I'm saying, always striving for the perfection. Just maybe, the problem is you don't stop looking for something better all the time. So you want the perfectionism at the cost of the result. So the end product of trying to get that perfect system and not risking falling back into this pattern is actually the pattern that you need to change. Does that make sense? I don't think I explained it very well. It's that it's the constant worry about doing the right thing that creates, that's the cause of the symptom. So it brings a whole lot of extra. It is a self-defeating pattern. I should know. I'm very good at that. That's the point that I'm trying to kind of make, get. I mean, Henk is intelligent. He understands it. It's just getting the ego around the being told off part. Yeah, I know. No one wants to feel fragile. But the thing is, you are fragile, and even when when you're healed, you will still be fragile because you are human. So, at any point, you can go right back to being like where you are now, where you were even worse, in the years past. There's no guarantee that desire for the guarantee is causing you the stress, because what you are looking for, this away from this, that will never ever let you get back there. I know, but look at it this way. This is what you've got right now. It could be worse. You could be dead. I know it's not much consolation. I know, but the yeah, I understand. But this is the way you do it. The things that like I've been telling you, Rose has told you, the physio's told you, the combination of all these things in your own way. This is how you achieve it. Looking for yet another way is you not doing it. Look at it this way. Like if you've been given a plan A and plan B and plan C, okay? And these are three equally good plans, and you're still looking for plan 4, you don't do any of these. Or you half-heartedly do them because in your mind's not focusing on A or B or C, is looking for something else. And then you find D, but you think, okay, maybe there's E. Maybe E is better than all of these. But maybe F is even better than all of them. So you never do any of them, because trust me on this. Once you do one of them, look at what you wrote. You are not noticing the results. You are not noticing the results. It doesn't mean that there aren't any results. You're expecting to be normal overnight. And when it doesn't happen, then you're disappointed. So the way to fix it is to change the expectation. Is to change that expectation so you don't, like, realistically rehabilitating your body. For example, let's say we hit spot on now with everything. Okay, right now while I'm talking, I'm seeing the connection is fluctuating quite a bit. So if you start buffering right now, that will make sense, because I'm seeing the connection on my end going all bonkers. So if you're starting to get fluctuations now, okay, now it's stopped. Now it started again. Oh, Christ, I don't know. I give up. There's nothing I can do about it. Unless I go right back to streaming like really low quality. Let me set it down to... You see, there's no explanation for this. There's no explanation why it's stable 1 second and then it completely goes... let me set it down a little bit more. Okay, let's set it down. Just 2,000 kilobits per second. That should be enough anyway. Okay, now that should be okay. Fairly still. I don't know. Kitty, I didn't have a problem until a couple of weeks ago, maybe a month. I phoned the company and said, "Oh, there's nothing wrong," and then suddenly there were less problems. So I actually don't know. What I think it's a combination of everything, but I think there's something wrong with Twitch right now. They are cutting back. They are cutting back the budget so that there's less spending. All right. So Yeah, but hang on, hold on, let me scroll up. Yeah. Well, I firmly believe, Henk, there's two things. Why are you still fifth? You're third. Oh, Kiribu. Open Dragon. Open Dragon's before you. Yeah, that's the order of the queue. Subscribers get supporters either on Coffee or here on Twitch. Yeah, I haven't advanced the queue yet. Oh, hang on a second. Nine Dawns. Nine Dawns should be. Yeah, you are number 4 actually. Because I added nine. I added Nine Dawns in. I think. Hang on a second. No, hang on a second. I think. Hang on a second. Let me just go back and check something on the settings here. I wish they would stop changing the settings. I now regret having paid for this stupid thing. Okay, it's still set. Basically, followers and subscribers always prioritize. So if you follow the channel, whoever follows the channel will go over. Well, anyway, I'm not sure, but yeah. So you're Kitty. You're number 4. I think I'm not sure why. I'm actually not sure with Nine Dawns why you were further up. Well, this adverts are just a thing on Twitch. I cannot turn them off. I've turned them down to the minimum. This is a free stream, so you know if you don't want to have adverts, there's only one way to get rid of the adverts. I've already turned them down to minimum because I have supporters on Coffee who support me outside of Twitch, and I can't even turn them off completely for them. I've turned them down to 30 seconds. A random advert you will have 30 seconds of adverts every hour. I don't know. I'm not going to spend time. Like, we're never going to get through the queue if we trying to followers and subscribers have a preference. So, well, if it goes off in the middle of your reading, we'll just wait for you. It's only 30 seconds. There's no need to panic. I only run 30 seconds. I run the minimum amount of ads that I can. I cannot turn them off. That you have to complain to Twitch. You have to complain to Twitch why they run. So the minimum that we can run is 30 seconds. I've not, because I have subscribers. Hank, for example, is a supporter on Coffee, and so is Jamie. So I thought I would actually be able to turn them off completely, but I can't. So I'll show you now what I'm talking about. So they actually support me through Coffee. They actually support me directly instead of half of the money going to Twitch. They support me, and they unfortunately also have 30 seconds every half. That's why I've turned it down to minimum. I thought that one could actually turn the adverts off completely, but you can't. There's no way. So that's what you'll see posting every now and again. So that's why I turned the adverts almost down to minimum. But if you have an advert during your reading, I can't turn off the adverts. Once you become an affiliate, then that's it. They will always run adverts. The only thing you can control is when they run and how little they run, but you can't turn them off completely. I was under the misimpression that I actually could just turn them off completely. I could turn the slider down to 0, but it doesn't go down to 0, and then it goes down to 30 seconds. So every hour there are 30 seconds maximum of 30 seconds of adverts, and there's nothing I can do about it. So if people don't like adverts, there's two things: install an ad blocker and subscribe on Coffee. Then you'll get a lot more benefit out of it. You'll be put in the queue. You will enter the queue. Will be prioritized for subscribers, or subscribe on Twitch and give Twitch half of your money and then not have adverts. That's the only way. Unfortunately, that's the way Twitch works. Twitch, this is not a charity. Twitch wants to make some money. But if it goes off in the middle of a reading, you just simply tell us you're having an ad. We'll just chat for a couple of seconds until you're back. So don't worry about that. Right, Henk. Hi, Rose. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's what most people say. I've got an ad. I can actually see it on my dashboard. I genuinely don't look at it. I'm usually paying attention to the chat or the reading, and I don't always look because it'll tell me on my dashboard. Like now, they will start in 42 minutes. That's when the next 30-second ads will run at the minimum. Hold on, did it shut out or not? Is nothing working again? Is everything broken again? There's nothing. Everything is broken on Twitch lately. Hold on. Oh, I typed the wrong command, didn't I? Okay, why is it not off him? What is going on? Oh, wait. Hold on. That's my command. Yeah. The other one's too long to type. I don't know why they would make it so long. Why didn't they just make it?
How long do you think I would survive?
How long do you think they can be survived?
I'm not sure. Probably. I'd say at.
Why are the clips buffering as well? I give up on this. Another clips are buffering. I don't know. I give up. I'm going to have to leave this country. The internet's shit here.
Most 3 minutes.
Okay.
Everything else running in the background. No, nothing else running in the background. All right, so let me just go back. King, anything else you wanted to ask? You've got to look at the you've got to look at every step of the way and see what you've attained. Because if you don't see, all right, Linus, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you again soon. I'll be on during the week. I'm not sure exactly when. I'm good. This week I'm still playing it by ear. Next week I need to actually make a proper schedule. But I have 2 workshops to put together, 2 books to finish, and it's like I want to just hammer through them and get that initial phase done. So I'm not sure how much I'm going to be streaming this week. But thank you for joining us, and I'm glad I could help you. And this is generally what it is. Sometimes I'm a little bit more hyper than this, but it's usually a group of community, people who kind of chat and help each other. So thank you for joining us. So yeah, Henk, come back sometime. I should probably do this. I haven't done this for a while. For those of you, I have updated it. So if the keyboard's gone to sleep, so we wait for it to wake up. There we go. So I've actually updated the graphic. I still haven't fixed the space up there. That's kind of how this all works. Unfortunately, the adverts do not turn off. So there's nothing I can do about it. There will still be 30 seconds of ads at a max every hour. But the good news is that Twitch doesn't take half of the money. So there's that, and you get more benefits out of it. So I look at it this way: I'd rather have. You can even just install an ad blocker. Honestly, that's what most people run. That's why adverts actually don't pay that well, because most people have ad blockers running anyway. So, and I think Twitch is starting to realize that they're just not getting enough money because people have ad blockers on, so people don't see the adverts. There's no revenue. There's very little revenue that comes from the ads anyway. Even running, you see, and when you turn them down, you only earn, I think, 35% of whatever revenue Twitch gets. If you run the maximum ads, well, not max, but if you run 3 minutes, you get 55%. So it's a huge drop in that as well. But because I have subscribers on Coffee, I've turned them down to the minimum. So anyway, that's what I've worked out so far. There'll be more stuff, but I just haven't had time to there's only one of me. Right. So now, Henk, just to round that off so we can go on to the Tribulator. I hope Tribulator, I hope you're still here. Let me just advance the queue so you can get a ping there. Yeah, Henk, the big key here is not to look at how far away the goalposts are, but to look at like this week. How much you've accomplished this week. You see, your brain is already going back. Yeah, but I've done more than this in a week before. Okay, but that's the wrong way to look at it. What I want you to do is to do what you've done this week, next week, and see if you can keep it up. If you can, then you do a little bit more and a little bit more. The stress, is still going to be there until you manage that stress hormone. Until you get the brain to stop pushing out that hormone. You're looking for a solution that only exists within your brain. All right. If there's a purpose to what I'm going through and what it is. All right, let me just call up your messages on this side. Okay, we can't do this all night. This is the order of the queue. I'm going slowly through the queue. Nothing is changing. There's been the same 4 or 5 people in the queue. I just take a long time with the readings. So that's the order of the queue. I don't want to discuss this every 5 minutes. There's been nobody else that joined the queue yet. So you will be at the end of the queue because no one else has joined afterwards. Ah, okay. I wasn't sure if you were looking, you were here, you weren't, Rose. So you came back to say hey, or you came back to lurk? All right, let me just start again. Okay, I'm going to focus on the readings now. Otherwise, we're never going to get anywhere because we keep discussing and arguing about who's first in the queue. That's the order. That's the order it's going to go. Anybody who doesn't like it, I'm sorry. This is a free entertainment. Live with it. If you want to be first, pay for it. Yes, Tribulator. I'm trying to focus on your question. That is the order. That's the order we're going to go by. Whoever doesn't like it can, I don't know, can just not worry about it. There's only 4 people in the queue. It's going to take a long time anyway. If people don't like the order, they can pay. They can pay for my time. I'll give you an entire hour of it if you're willing to pay for it. There'll be no interruptions. All right, now I'm going to focus. I'm not reading the chat at all until I've done this reading. Because otherwise I'm going to be here all night and I'm not going to finish. And I've only got 4 readings, 4 or 5 people in the queue. No, I'm just saying it. I keep stopping to look at the queue. And then people want to know why at the end. You're still at the end. You're still going to be at the end until somebody else comes in. I can't keep addressing this. It's a free thing. That's the queue. End of the discussion. And Rose has gone to the top because she's a subscriber. So we know this here. The people who support the channel are the people who get the readings first. That's the way it is. Yeah, because for some reason I think I don't know what happened there. I'm not going to discuss this any further. If somebody's unhappy, I'll give you your money back. Simple as that. I'm not discussing it again. The rest of the evening, I'm not discussing all of the queue. It is the way it is. The subscribers get to the top of the queue. It's automatic. I'm sorry. It's free. It's like it's just the way it is. If you want to be first, you can subscribe. You can support me and what I do and the channel. Then you will be first. Right, Tribulator. Feels like there's I don't know kind of a decision that needs to be made. Decision about something that it's in a way it's keeping you in limbo. And I think it's got to do with the past. Something with the past is. I think what it is, whatever is holding you back from. I don't know. Whatever is holding you back in the past. I think it's the decision to let go of what is. Let me just refresh your messages on this side because I want to focus. Is it about embracing a group? No, I wouldn't necessarily say that. Like a group, I've given everything and let go. Well, I don't know. I mean, to me, this is all hypothetical, so I don't know. You see, what I keep saying is when things are anonymous, I have to try and understand. I can't give you advice on something. I don't know what the issue is. For me, I think that there's something that is like something you've gone through in the past that you have not let go of. So you repeat the cycle. You're repeating that cycle. And until you acknowledge it, until you understand it, and you've been talking about giving everything and then you let go. There's a cycle there. There's a cycle that is happening there that, okay, first of all, why are you giving everything? Any group or any relationship with anything in anyone is a give and take. So you can't do all the giving. You have to. It has to be a balance, because when you give and give and give and give and give and give and give, eventually the box is empty. So then you have to stop, which is what you're doing. So you're giving. Hold on, I'm reading. I'm reading. I'm slightly dyslexic. You're forgiven. I've forgiven everything. Not given. I've tried to deal with them, but they're just. So I'm assuming. Okay, then you need to let go of it. In other words, in the sense that if you feel in your heart of heart that you have tried to, if you've tried your best, you have to let it go. By letting it go means that. Because you can only reconcile with somebody that wants to reconcile. If somebody wants to fight, it is. This is what I'm saying. So this is that decision is to let go of it. Let go of it in the sense that you can't fix it. Okay, you can't fix it. You can't change it. So you have to say, okay, What can I learn from it? And how can I move forward? And then by doing that, it's not like it goes away. Nothing ever goes away. It doesn't just go away. But it also doesn't get in the way of, well, I mean, it will always partly get in the way of living your life, but you'll be able to not overreact or not kick back. So like if somebody does something that triggers a scar from the past, you don't just automatically out of defense do something on automatic. You can go, okay, maybe that person doesn't understand or doesn't know that this is an issue for me. So you are able to put the brakes on. You still feel the feelings, but you don't overreact. The experiences we have in this life is for a reason. We experience them to learn, for the soul to have different experiences. But we can just get stuck on them. So we for example, trauma, abuse, etc. Yes, psychologically, this now goes into psychology. Psychologically speaking, let's say you are traumatized as a child. A lot of us were, okay? At some point, like I'm 53, at some point in our lives, we have to go stop saying, okay, I need to stop blaming them. Okay, I need to walk away from it. I need to say, okay, this is what this button does. If somebody says this, it flicks this switch, and it makes me angry, or makes me upset, or makes me blah, 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 blah. It's heavier than I've ever dealt with. You see, it gets heavy. In a sense, it just feels heavier. It gets heavier because we haven't actually dealt with it. What the brain feels like it's dealt with it, but it hasn't actually dealt with it in the sense where you've released it, where you no longer claim ownership of the trauma. How do I put it into proper words? Like, just because you went through a trauma, you don't have to keep re-experiencing it every time. So every time the switch gets flicked, you don't like carrots and somebody waves a carrot in your face, that's a switch. So every time somebody does that, whether it's on purpose or by accident, you don't have to lapse back into that trauma mode and re-experience the whole trauma. You can go, okay, that's something I went through. I acknowledge that, but I don't have to go through it again and again and again and again. Okay, Jess, thank you for. Oh, were you in the queue? No, I know you've already done a reading for you. I'm so distracted today. Good night, Jess. Thank you for joining us. I'm quite forgetful. You mean as in what's happened? You see, sometimes it doesn't help us just to forget what happened, because that's a repression. So if we just forget about it, somehow we have to. See, that's why we've got a hard new beginning here. We've got the decision. That's the to let go of it. But it's very easy. It's the words we always use. The solution is simple. The execution is very difficult. I forget everything all the time anyway. That's why I've got Open Dragon. I've put in that he redeemed a specific spread, because I won't remember when and he's next. When I'll see the message, and I've reminded myself by adding the message in that he redeemed a specific reading from the redemptions, point redemption. The forgetfulness, I don't know so much how I can help you. That's more of a psychological thing. But we tend to forget things that are not important to us, or we find boring. So we tend to want to forget them. Just like we want to forget the trauma, the dramas and things like that. Sometimes we don't. We say, oh no, I want to put that behind us. And then for the rest of our lives, we have drama and drama and drama and more drama, because you haven't dealt with it. You just pretended like you have. So I don't know what this relates to. So I know you said it's trauma and abuse. Let me just refresh here. Trauma and abuse was involved. So the way you deal with any kind of trauma, any kind of abuse, any kind of rape, battering, verbal abuse, mental abuse, any kind of abuse, any kind of, because the worst kind is emotional abuse. Anything that affects your emotions, and of course physical also does, is because the physical scars heal, but the trauma doesn't always heal. So then you're left feeling inferior, like, and that's often the point of that trauma, that is to break somebody down so that they become subservient, that they become less than. So the way you heal from that is to raise yourself back up to that point where you believe in yourself. So you're not just telling yourself that you are worth better, but you believe it. So that you go over it in a very hypothetical way, very rational way. And you go, okay, I was abused, I was this, I was that, I was that. But I'm not those experiences. I am the person. I am the soul. I am, whatever it is that. Okay, Kitibu, thank you for joining us and for the follow. Kitibu, if I'm on next time, just remind me. I'll put you first in the queue when I've streamed next time. If you're on when I'm streaming, just remind me. I'll add you into the queue as the first person. All right, Kitibu, and thanks for the follow. Just remind me, because my mind is on a million things at the moment. Excuse me. Okay, so do you understand? So the way we deal with the trauma is to raise your self-esteem back to the point of like where before the trauma happened. So if you were abused, you raise your self-esteem to the point where you're no longer a victim. So that when somebody says boo, you don't immediately flip the switch and go back to victim mode. You start taking ownership of your own power. Does that make sense? And that's why there's a decision that I said there's something that you need to get past. And there's the past card. That's why I'm asking you. This sounds like it's something that's coming from the past, probably possibly family, or at least someone within a very. It's not somebody that you knew casually. I think it's someone that you were relatively close, within close proximity, like family or friends or family or close quarters kind of thing. Tribulator? Right, let me just run this again while I'm waiting. No, I'm asking. I can't keep speaking for an hour. I need to what you'd like to either ask, more information, or if something I can clarify. So that's your task. You see, we can't just pretend we are better. That's what we do, because we get told this: fake it until you make it. That works on the outside. So like it works on the outside. We tell the world, we go on Twitch, we go on YouTube, we go on the internet, we go on on TV, and we go pretend like, I'm wholly successful and I've got thousands. That's an outward thing. The fake it till you make it on the outwards thing works for most people, but it doesn't really work for ourselves, because we know the truth. So that's why you're still in that cycle. It's not that you have to be stuck in a cycle. It's not that this is now your life. This is just where you are in that path. All right, then Open Dragon, you wanted a specific reading, which I've already forgotten, so I'm going to have to go look at the note. That I put in. 7-card general love. All right. Now all my folders are gone. When did they kill all the folders? Ah, crikey. All right, never mind. My PC is going through some serious hiccups. Right, let me call that one up. This is the one I need for now. Okay, so let me focus on that. Got a huge big pile of cards. New cards, very slithery. Senhor Dragão, estás aí? Onde andas? I wasn't sure. I thought maybe you were. Wait, it's the weekend. Sunday. You wouldn't be with a student. Although you have annoying students that keep bugging you. So there's that. Right. I'm not sure why you want a love spread again. A lot of jacks. So the jacks usually are quite a youthful. Usually they carry messages. They have 70 messages to read. You should just kill all your students. Problem solved. You could just delete all the messages. I think in terms of in terms of you, I think you are at the moment just taking on too much. It's not that you can't technically do it, but you might be taking on a little bit too much. So in other words, you're trying to achieve too many goals, too many goalposts, all at the same time. And I think in the sense you're literally saying, no, I can do this. I've got a hammer, I've got some nails, I've got 2 pieces of wood, I've got glue. I'll make an entire bedroom suite out of this. That's it. I mean, it's a good positive mindset to have, but it can lead to taking on a bit more than you can technically handle. As a designer, you know, I think you're ready to move on to something different, to looking at things that doing something different from just a few weeks in the past, which is good. And there's a readiness. We're ready to go. The Jack of Clubs is always about movement, moving house, moving job, moving everything. Just move, like sport. Like let's get the show on the road. Hey, hold on, I can't read. That's too small for me to read. Jester, how are you doing? That's on YouTube. How are you doing, Jester? Thank you for joining us on YouTube. I'm just busy doing a reading, so let me know if you do want a reading. Then we do have a queue, but this is over on Twitch, so I will add you in. What the? Oh, hold on, that's wrong. It's the wrong screen. So, all right, I'm in the middle of a reading, so I tend not to read too much to the chat. I just read the chat with the person that I am actually with, J-Star or J-Star. You can, but it will be once I'm done. I'll add you into the queue. If you stick around, you will be number 4. Let me manually add you into the queue. Let's see if we get that right. All right, so yeah, I've put you in the queue, but it takes a while. So I'll call you if you're not on. Then I'm not going to do the reading because it's getting quite late. So and I've got 4 people in the queue now. So you're in the queue. I'll call you when I get there. You're going to be number 4. All right. So where was I? Let me switch back to Twitch dashboard there. Yeah, so raring to go. In terms of the readiness card, you are ready. It's like a 100-meter dash sprinter, just ready to go. It'd be nice if some people. It'd be nice if you could sort of half that energy with people that aren't ready to go, like me. You can give me half of that energy, and then I'll give you half of my slow down energy. I think it's a challenge. It's a positive card, so I'm trying to think of in terms of a challenge. And I think I've said this before. I think as a challenge is you need to get outside of that immediate circle. And I think that's the psychology circle. I think you need to get out of that circle of people. And it doesn't mean literally physically, but you know, dating a psychologist, they're in the circle. Maybe you need to start looking at people, maybe, you know, just even if it's just outside your immediate friend circle, because it pushes you instead of kind of in a way relying on your friends to communicate your desires with someone that they know. It makes you have to get outside of their comfort zone and literally become, you know, more of the approacher, if you know what I'm saying. The action to take is a social card. It's going out there, being social, being chatty, talking to people, being out there, being available. In other words, not waiting for a friend to try and connect you to this one or to that one, but being active. And again, it doesn't necessarily mean that it has to be on a physical, in real life thing. It can still be on the internet. Although I must be honest, I don't put much faith in online apps and things, because they are not designed to bring people together. They're designed to bring money out of people's wallets into theirs. And then they dangle a carrot. Look, you've got 1 million people just waiting for you. I said, yeah. Half of them are male. A third of them will be gay. So no, so they just, you know, so I tend not to put too much emphasis on these apps, because I know how they're designed. They're designed with a carrot and to get you to, but that's what I'm saying. So kind of thinking a little bit outside the box, because it's very hard to get married if you're a hermit. You have to leave the house. So that's the general rule of thumb. When you get the Jack of Hearts as actions to take, it's literally being very social, going out, parties, house parties, housewarmings. You know, places where you would meet someone who's perhaps not on Tinder either. Now the internet's dropping off again. This is so annoying. I mean, it's like getting later. It should be getting better, not worse. What a bloody evening. No one died. Yet. the outcome is a comfort zone. So that's if to get out of the comfort zone, you need to follow this pattern of becoming more social. That gets you out of that comfort zone. And the comfort zone is also this always kind of ready to take a hammer, take some glue, take some nails, hammer it all together, and it's fixed. That is also the comfort zone where you're in, because the future is beginning a new way of doing things. It's positive, but it's like starting a new career. You've got to learn to do things in a different way, which really just mirrors what we said yesterday, the day before, the day before. I don't know. I tend to put very little. I mean, you got to understand. I've been online for a lot longer than some people have been alive. So I know what online is like and what it isn't. So I still suggest people go out, actually out of their houses. There also definitely shows potential there. But then again, like saying something has potential. Look, I mean, there's a very positive cards in terms of romance. Everything, in a sense, has potential. It's how you progress, and if it's something that you genuinely do want. So, I'm still trying to think of what would be useful for you in terms of advice. Because it's also very easy to say, "Oh, don't charge ahead. Don't kind of try and make it happen." But when you stop and think about it, what is the alternatives? Because it's very easy to say these things. I can say them to myself as well. But what is the alternative? So what I always try and do on my channel and around here, we try and give each other alternatives. Like, not to say, "Oh, don't do this." Like, okay, so if I don't do this, what do I do then? That's always the advice I'm always looking for. It's very easy to say, "Don't drive a car into the wall." So okay, so if I don't drive the car into the wall, okay, what do I do then? Well, then you drive on the road. Don't drive on the pavement. Okay, where do I drive then? On the road. So to try and give people an alternative that they can follow, not just tell them what not to do. But I think in this case, it's really that overwhelming desire, like that you want to be involved right now. I think that's the challenge, is to turn it from an overwhelming desire into just a more of a rational type of thing. Does that make sense? Does it help? I think you guys are might be dragging a little bit. Let me check my connection. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think there've been some major delays with Twitch side, because start on my end and measure the delay. Okay, I'm still on the 4-second delay, but I see even my preview just keeps falling behind. So there are constantly delays on this is, I think, a Twitch thing. The information coming from Twitch is just being very delayed. Yeah, in a way. It's not to say that it's not important that you shouldn't do it. I think in the way, in your mind, you feel like you're getting to a certain age and you don't want to waste time. So you don't end up like me. Old and alone. So there's a tendency to then start putting an overemphasis on it that isn't healthy, because then it starts to turn into an obsession where it's like it becomes a goal to achieve. And when you meet the right person, or the right persons, it won't be a goal. It'll be something that you just enjoy, that you want to be doing, and it's no longer a goal. Whereas like now, I think it's still a goal to meet the person that you can have a relationship with, instead of just focusing on being happy, being what you want to be in life, the feeling the way you want to feel, and bringing the person in because of that energy. And then when you bump into each other, you both have that same energy, you have the same focus, you have the same path. Then I think that's the biggest lesson that all of us can learn, is not to be ready for a relationship, but to be ready for our lives, for what we want. All right, Rose, you are next. That's the current queue. Right, so then we've got 9 Dawns, and then after that we've got Jester or Jester, I don't know how to pronounce it, on YouTube, if you're still hanging around. If you're still there, you will be after 9 Dawns. Rose Cottage, then 9 Dawns. You close this window. Just really. That's just automatic. That's funny. Hold on. Where? Let me call up your messages. A reading on career. Hold on. Muddying around or whatever they want to say. You want to know isn't looking for. Well, Jamie, that's kind of true partly, because like I haven't really been looking for a relationship, and trust me, I haven't found one for nearly 4 years. So why are you doing this? Ask Henk. Henk will tell you otherwise. I don't think it happens when it's supposed to. I think it happens when you're ready. That's the truth. Is people keep waiting for it to happen. It will happen when you are ready. Ready inside, ready in your own energy, in your own intent, in your own, like, as soon as you let go of desperation, you let go of, oh, it must be now, it can happen. Yeah, I don't think it's a complete chance encounter either. I think it's just, it happens when you say, okay, fine, all right, let's do this. And then you open up it's like opening up the door and say, okay, let somebody come through the door. Yeah, that's also true. That's also true, Hank, because you got a bigger focus right now than that. And again, I never say that you can't have it as well. There's no reason why one thing has to happen in complete isolation to another. I don't believe that either. But it has to be the right person, because the wrong people will actually just derail the train. Yes. See? And that's what I'm saying about being ready. What Henk just wrote. If it came back right now, the chances or chance of it failing would be very high, since on neither side the things would be resolved. That's absolutely the thing. So if you want a relationship that has a chance of working, you have to be ready. The other person has to be ready too, but that's that person's task. It's not your task. It's that person's task. You like the energy. You might surprise yourself. Right, maybe. I'm thinking of. I need to put together like a career reading. I haven't had any inspiration, and it hasn't come through. It usually comes through at like 3, 4 in the morning. Nothing has come to me. But I do actually need to put together a spread with a series of houses. What pinged? Something pinged. Thank you. Freaking Pisces. Thank you, Hank. Jamie, well, why does this look so crooked? I think I bumped something somewhere along the line. Because this now feels very crooked to me. It's like not aligning with me. Wow, that is seriously crooked. I hate it when it does that. Not because I'm obsessively compulsive, but it just looks weird when I look up at it and it's like going off the screen, and I look at it and it's going that way. It's just, I think I might have bumped it. Yeah, it's more or less. No, because this is a board. This is a board because my desk ends about over there. So I have the board, so I have some space to work. I have a very tiny desk. So if I bump the board, I usually align with this. So if I'm aligned with it, and when I lay the cards out, it's more or less like on this part. I know I need to go slightly off center, but it's in this part where I'm working at. If I bump the board, then I'm aligning with the thing, but it's aligned with this, but it's not aligned with the camera. Then it looks. I can't turn on. Oh, God's sake, Hank. I keep saying this to you. I can't turn it off. Then how do I focus when I put this here? How does it focus then? How does it focus when I put a card up here? It can't. That's why it's on autofocus. It's a web camera. Even if it was a normal camera, like everybody goes, I like have a DSL for instead of a webcam. Yeah, because you're an idiot. That's why you have one. Because you can't auto adjust you can't actually manually adjust the camera without bumping the tripod. So it's all, unless you're shooting high quality video, like I used to do for YouTube, and I used to use a 4K camera, I actually started with a DSL and then I moved to a mirrorless. That's different. You can't change manual. Oh no, I'm not getting to this, Hank, again. We've already had this discussion. I'm not doing this discussion again. You have this argument by yourself. I don't care. You're more than welcome to, but I'm not going down this again. He's just trying to derail Rose Cottage's reading. That's what he's trying to do. It's all about Henk. No, I don't want life complicated. Kids want complicated lives. People who realize it, they don't want complications. They want to go to bed and relax. They don't want to be worried about stupid shit like, wow, this is like 1 pixel better than a webcam. I have a 4K webcam. It's good enough. So no, that's why I don't get it. I'm not even interested in discussing it because it doesn't make any sense. That's why I spent the money. I bought 2 4K web cameras. It does exactly what I wanted to do. It's just that the light, I can't do anything about the lighting because I am in a teeny tiny little space. So the web camera just doesn't work properly because it can't. I need to put the lighting somewhere else and I can't put it anywhere else. So I don't want to keep having this discussion over and over. A DSLR with automatic focus or manual focus, it would be exactly the same problem. And I've seen many people going, yeah, no, I have a DSLR, and they have even worse problems. I have 2 DSLRs and 2 4K web cameras. I don't use a DSLR web camera because it makes no difference. And a web camera has, it's either on or it's off. That's it. I'll let you know when it happens. I actually need is a third light, but I haven't got place to put it. I have a third light. You see, I know a little bit about photography. I was taking photographs probably about 10 years before Henk was born. I was already, as a child, I was already a photographer. But I don't have space. So I don't have space for the third light. And you're also going to get into something mathematically like astrology, or did you mention it already? Are you also getting into astrology, Rose? Or you're also thinking of getting into astrology? It seems like it is. It seems like this is the latest craze. Everybody's getting into astrology, me included. And I'm going, oh, why the hell? Yeah, who else was reading would we be doing? Yeah, that's because of Henk. He's obsessed with the web cameras. Yeah, I know. That's why I said to him, you have the same discussion again by yourself. Because I'm not doing it. It's like these things are so not important. I'd much rather be able to do this. And it focuses. If I have to occasionally have to struggle with it focusing, I can live with that. I know I didn't get the first 3 cards or the second. What about the third ones? Mm-hmm. I don't think your question is really. I don't think your question is really properly formulated in your mind, like what it is that you want to know. There's no. It's just like random facts. Random facts is you what you. I also know this because I watched your stream. You want to get into teaching, but again, I'm just literally being told this. I'm not. It's not anything. The one thing I am getting is for you to question the reason why you want certain things. Yeah, for me, it's coming next week. I'm running out of time. Well, I actually never run out of time, but it's like, yeah, I've got to start next week. Next week, I've got to finish the 2 damn books, put 2 workshops together. Well, not all next week, but I just got to start tomorrow. And then still do Hank's stupid thing. I'm gonna go over there and beat Hank up just now. He's a very annoying little shit. Yeah, but I think what the reason why I said the astrology is it's coming up for, I don't know, for some reason this is coming up for a lot of people. You've got spirituality, you've got the maths god, and you've got the magician there. So I'm thinking, okay, this may have something to do with the astrology, but I don't know what. Then we've got community, we've got a sort of a spiritual new beginning, but then the Queen of Clubs is for me to ask: Are you being entirely honest with yourself? Why you want to do these things? It's okay to do them, but just to be honest with yourself why you want to do them. And it's not good enough to just say, oh, because I'm going to help people. You got to kind of know why you're doing it, and it's okay to do it for selfish reasons as well. Why? No, I didn't say it's a good or a bad answer. I'm saying is just think about why you want to do them. I think that's it. It's not whether you can or you can't, or whether you should or you shouldn't. But I think the focus here is to think about why you're doing, because the reasons why will influence how you do it. No, that's just astrology, because astrology said so. Astrology is guidance. It's not a destiny. Yeah, that's a statement. Okay, this is what I'm getting from it. Is why? Why do you, Rose, want to do it? You're not a slave. You're not an automaton. You're not. Okay, well then do it. Then that's if you feel like you've got no reason to think about it, then just do it. Then that's the answer. Just go ahead and do it. The opportunities are there. If you feel like you don't have to, to give it any thought, but the reasons why, then there's nothing to think about. Then that's the answer. I know. See, I know because I'm on the outside looking in. The difference is I recognize that same pattern in myself. But I notice other people don't. I know the pattern even when I'm in it and I'm committing the pattern and I'm running around in a hamster wheel. I can see myself going around a hamster wheel, which is why I teach people to step back and ask the question, why? And it's not it's not a judgment call. It's to ask, why does Rose want to do this? Because the reason why, not about money, not about this, not about it, but the reason why Rose wants to do these things is going to change the way you do it. If you do something because it's for money, it's going to be out of desperation. So then it becomes a business, which is not a bad thing. I mean, it's not like you're terribly evil if you're going to do it to make money, because that's why that's not the only reason why I'm doing the workshops. You see, that is a normal human answer. That's a valid human answer. But that's only part of the answer. That's what's been drawn here. That's only part of the answer, and you've convinced yourself about the other half, and you're not looking into it. It's not like it's incredibly important. It's just for you to have it. It will give you direction by questioning why Rose wants to do it. Yeah, but you keep going back to money. That's not a reason to do anything spiritual. That's to do something human. Oh, see? We've got twos. Now we've got a decision that needs to be made. Tuition, having to make a decision, and the wish granted. But the process here is it's not that you shouldn't do it or must do it, or it's just like for you, because it will change the way you do it. It will not change it like suddenly you instead of doing astrology, you're going to do, I don't know, Animal Crossing as some spiritual. No, it's not about that. It's just you won't be doing it. It's not a matter about belief or not belief. I don't either. I think spirituality and physicality go together. What I no longer believe in is that the physical is more important than the spiritual. It's also not less important, but it's also not more important. There's a balance between there. I also don't believe we are incarnate to be gurus on a mountain just meditating the rest of our lives away, because we could do that when you're dead, or when you not in body, not incarnate. Yeah, you can do plenty of meditation then. You have plenty of time. So I do also believe in the balance. This is why I'm saying, why does Rose want to do this? Because you're not asking that question. You say you already know, so you don't ask the question. No, I'm not implying anything, Rose. I'm implying that you think about why you want to do it. You see, you're saying, I'm implying that you just want to make money. I'm saying is you've mentioned it several times. I'm in the same boat. So I'm not judging you. I'm saying is think about, you see, this is not thinking about, it's not a judgment call. This is not for you to say, Rose, you very naughty, naughty girl. All you want to do is make money. I'm saying to you, think about why. It might be, but that's not the intention. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm asking you to ask yourself why. It's a personal journey. It's not a judgment. Because it will give you if you're muddying, you'll use the words muddying as well, muddying through the options. Okay. If you ask yourself the questions why, okay, what does it mean to you? If we put aside money, business, all of that, okay, what does it mean? And I don't need to know the answers. You need to know the answers. What we have as humans, we have this predefined script. Okay, then I don't know what you want from me. This is what I got for you. I mean, this is for you to ask yourself the question. So I don't know what you want to know. So I can't tell you what you want to know because I have no idea what you want to know. This is what I'm seeing. So ask me a direct question that I can maybe address. You see, I'm going to be honest with you. You haven't done the why. You've already told yourself the why. You haven't done the why. You've done I told myself it is, so therefore it is. You're not thinking about it. I've seen this. Anyway, I'm not going to get into it. You must make your own decisions. I can't explain to you all of these cards. They mean something specific to what I asked. They all have multiple meanings. The first one was I just pulled out cards to find out what this is about because you didn't tell me, so I don't know what I should know. So in my mind came the astrology or something I would like a numerology, astrology, etc. Then I pull second cards trying to understand because you didn't tell me anything. So for me, tells me something I'm not going to tell you. Because you are Leo, like an Aries, you're going to take it the wrong way and it won't work. So I won't tell you what it means. That's why I'm asking you to ask yourself why. The second row was again, the third row. I can't even remember now exactly why I pulled them out. They make sense at the time and then I move on. I think it was also again additional information because you have an opportunity to teach. You have the opportunity. The Seven of Spades is the confirmation card. There's the opportunities there. You have decisions to be made. But you are taking them as purely business decisions, and they are not purely business decisions. So that's why I'm saying to you, you need to ask yourself the question, why? And it's not a judgment. It's just for you, Rose, to sit down and think, okay, because yeah, but that's all I'm getting. What I'm getting is, and I won't tell you what else I saw there because there's no point in saying it because you will not take that advice. That's why I'm putting it to you in a different way. I'm asking you to ask yourself why. And the why isn't a judgment. I don't know why you're taking this so personally. The why is so that you can formulate your courses and structure your life around it. You don't have to validate the cards for me, because that told you already. For me, that's maths, and that's spirituality, and that's a confirmation. There's a confirmation there again. There's the magician making it happen. I don't need confirmation. I'm not a child. I've been doing this for 20 years. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to help you. That's what I got. I'm sorry that it's not what you wanted to hear, but that's the question I have for you, is for you to sit quietly and ask you, what do these things that you're putting into place mean to you? So that it will give you direction on where to go next. For example, I've been writing. I started writing. Well, I didn't start it. I finished it. I finished my cartomancy book on this, on what I do. It's not just what I do, but on this. I finished this in, I think, about April 2020. No, last. Hold on a second. About a year or so ago, I finished it. In the sense of the bulk of finishing the book. Okay, the book is technically finished. I need to go back. I need to write new stuff that I've developed, new stuff that I've learned, new stuff that I find works better than what I used to do. Okay, but there was never a reason to finish the book. There was never a reason to publish it, because it wasn't a financial thing. There was no. It was something that I wanted to do because I wanted to do it. But now there is a reason why. And I didn't understand back then. So when I was told to finish it and to publish it, like the other book that I've been writing, I thought, but I don't see the reason for that. There's no hurry. There's no point. There's a point that I finish it, but there's no point. But now I understand why. So now when I say that next week I need to finish those two books and I need to do them, I understand why I need to do it, because what it means to me. Why? And that's the direction. And there's been somebody actually completely independent from what we do. There's actually, in a way, actually given me led me to the answer. But I still had to ask, why was I going to be doing these things? Because before I didn't have that clear answer. Yes, I could give you the answer that, yeah, it would help people. Yes, it would make money. Yes, it's a course, so it's a workshop, so it generates income. It helps me to support myself. But those are technicalities. But why did I, Joe, want to do this? What was the purpose for me doing it? Aside from those other things that we already know, business, etc., etc. And that's the question I'm getting from this, is that you are at that point as well, where you should ask, instead of just having this magnanimous way, I'm doing this to help people. It's like, what are you taking from it? Because that will give a lot into the courses, into the projects, into the things that you want to do. Hey, Avmo, how you doing? Anyway, that's what I got from it. Maybe I'm wrong. It's possible. I just feel almost anybody who says they've got nothing left, that, you know, that's why I don't say there are certain things that I'm pretty sure about. Like I don't need to go back and rehash it, which is why I refuse to discuss them, because I already know enough. I don't need to go any further. And like you say, you know a lot of stuff. Like I know some stuff spiritually. I don't discuss it or argue it or try to get to the bottom of it, because I already know. So I don't need to get to the bottom of it. If you feel like you've done all of that, then that's okay. But I feel like you haven't. You have told yourself that, but you haven't actually found out what you will get out of it. And that's important, because it's an equal exchange. What you get out of what what you're putting together now is going to bring a reward into your life of satisfaction, or a form of imprisonment where you have no choice but to continue doing these things. You don't want to do that either. Yeah, but that is also a psychologically human thing in it, where we feel better by helping other people. That cannot be the only reason. Rose must get something out of it other than that. And that's what for me, this is what the message is. is think, not that you shouldn't do it at all. I think you should. I really do think you should. But the first step now is for you to find out, what are you going to get out of this? And what would you do and what wouldn't you do and why? For you, it's got nothing to do with us. That's your own. There's nothing wrong with those answers. They're the answers of finality. That's what they are. I'm 53. There are many things I do not take as final. I've been taught by a 19-year-old. I've been taught by Henk himself. Yeah, I know, Rose. You don't want to complicate things. Think about that. And with that, I will leave you to it. Things are very simple, Rose. Human beings just like to avoid certain things, and they will actually complicate things to the point of avoiding them. Even when we are evolved and even when we know better, we still do it. I do it. I'm 53 and I fully admit it. And I know exactly when I'm doing it. I don't even deny it to my... I don't necessarily go around telling people. It's like none of their business. But I know exactly what I'm doing, when I'm doing it, and how I'm doing it, and how I'm avoiding it, how I'm ignoring it. I don't always have a solution for it, but I know exactly what I'm doing. Most of the time. That's why people cannot really do readings for me that tell me stuff that I don't already know. And it's not an arrogant thing. It's because I do enough thought about it. However, the thing that most of us don't do is either that we do too much, like me, what do I get out of it? Or we don't do enough. We need to find the balance of what you do and why you do it. Otherwise, it's coming from a point of servitude. Servitude is... Anyway, enough about that. I'm sure you will do the right thing for you. Nine Dawns, you still around? And I wonder if this... I'm not sure Jess Star is still on YouTube. I don't see anybody on YouTube watching, so I think one less reading to do. Actually, I'm going to close the queue. It's getting late. And I'm tired. Nine Dawns might be asleep as well. There you go, Nine Dawns. How can I help you today? And how are you doing? Sorry about earlier. I just kept getting interrupted about the order of the queue, and eventually I was just spending time looking at the order of the queue instead of getting anywhere. Have you spoken to Yorick again? Or have you been talking about what those whatever issues that you were having? So what would you like to know tonight? What would you like help with? I'm actually contemplating just turning off streaming to YouTube as well. It was an interesting experiment, but I don't think it's worth the trouble, honestly. While we're talking about simplifying things, I don't think there's actually any point to it. It's a different audience. I'm scared it's going to ruin my peace. It's not the bandwidth, it's a problem. Because I had the same issues whether I was streaming to both or not, Hank. We've had this discussion already. I mean, it would help somewhat. But that's not the issue. You know, if I never used to have these issues before, and when I first started streaming to both, I didn't have that issue. So this is something that's happened lately, very like recently. The upload, it could also be that. Well, I mean, it could be on the. You see, the thing is, when we do a stress test or download or upload test, this is what they look at. It might go down. It might be normal, but it cannot be sustained, and that's what pisses me off about the ISP subscribers, is that they oversubscribe, and then things can't actually be. I actually said to him, I said, listen, I've been online since like 1996, I think. I said, I know a little bit about this. I said, if you know, if you can't cope with if you overload the system, it can't cope. It doesn't matter what you do. Doesn't matter what you say. It's still overloaded. New job. Do you have a new job coming? Yeah, sometimes I remember. I don't always remember the readings. Like I said, it's also partly on purpose. I don't want to remember them because I do too many of them to want to remember them for starters, but also because you start having a prejudice. If you remember what the reading is about, you can't really do a fresh reading because you remember what the previous ones were. So your brain is trying to, to superimpose itself on the readings. So I tend to try not to remember. Just thinking. Yeah, being happy is important. At the end of the day, I've been there as well, where I've said, well, I can't pay the bills. I mean, it's a real thing. So I wish I had more space. I can actually zoom the camera out a bit more and have a little bit more space. But the cloth actually ends over here as well. That's why this is also dark here, so that the test can be read. But I think once I reestablish somewhere else, I'm going to have a. Well, hopefully I will have a bigger desk. Well, hopefully I'll have a desk where I move next when I immigrate. It's going to be an interesting one trying to do this without my equipment. Right, so. Interesting spread actually. I think I think you've in a way in your mind you've kind of made that choice to move forward, which is makes me very happy. I think it's great. I think representing you on as a four, it's good news, it's good plans, it's putting down foundations. It's the fours are always about well, eventually they become a comfort zone, but it's it's either seeking or being in a state of stability, which is good. Mentally, you've got you moving on. So even though it's not like super fast, it's not like there's no accelerator cards here. There's a transition from negativity towards positivity, which is nice. It's nice to see. Emotionally, you've got the Fool Joker, which is kind of in a sense letting go, letting it happen, not freaking out about anything, not getting overly tense about things, but like, let's see where this goes, Subconsciously, it's you're eager to like trust yourself again, to trust your intuition, to know that you're going to be okay, that you don't need to live in a state of fear. Not fear, but like in state of uncertainty. I suppose that would be a better way to put it. And it's nice because the two is also a flexibility card. It's so it goes along with the emotional state of, let's see where this goes. Not getting too in a sense. There's a sense of kind of, it's like a peace, like a letting go, like peaceful kind of mind shift away, from kind of stress. And now as an internal challenge, we've got the Six of Hearts. Six of Hearts is kind of what I call the memory lane card. There's kind of a temptation to sort of return to the past, or repeat the patterns of the past, how you would react or do things in the past, as to a new way of doing it. So there's a kind of a temptation to just, almost like a hermit crab, like pokes its head out of the shell, then they're picked up along the way, and it goes, yeah, I don't know so much. I'm going back inside. So that's the internal challenge. As an external push, it's encouraging you to, as an external challenge, there's a push for you to be brave, to dream about a different life, and have the courage to dream yourself a new life. And then coming up in the future, we've got a bit of a milestone, which is a goals orientated milestone. So that could indicate to a new job. Either way, it's a step forward. It's expansion. It's and I think that's a result of overcoming the internal challenges, and making like the decision, like you said about you want to. I wouldn't advise just quitting the job. I would first advise looking for another job, but just being in that mindset, starts saying to yourself that you're worth more. Not necessarily about money, just that your life is worth more than being in a job in a place that you just don't like. That, it's like, I have to go to work again. I mean, generally jobs are not hardly ever great. If they were great, everybody would want one. So jobs generally are not wonderful. That's why you kind of do need to strike out on your own and go do your own thing. If you truly want to be happy, it's often better to do your own thing. But not everybody wants the responsibility. But you can move to a different position, a different job, a different career, something that will give you a bit more satisfaction, maybe better hours. Even if it's, you see, sometimes you can trade off. Everything is kind of a trade-off. When you're looking at paying bills, everything is kind of a trade-off. You can't get money without putting effort into it. But sometimes, for example, you can get a job that pays a bit better. Maybe you don't like it so much, but it gives you more free time. So when you go home, you have money to, I don't know, if you like stamp collecting, you can buy more stamps. So it gives you, everything's a trade-off. If you have a job, it's for you to get some sort of remuneration that will help you, have a better life down the road, at home or whatever. Well, I don't think a job can give you energy, but at least it can, not make you feel like you're just sort of, being drained, or you just. There's nothing worse than going anywhere, like a job included. Hey, Jerry, how you doing? um, the thing is, we are taught that you have to earn a living. You have to go to job. You have to go to work. You have to get a job. You have to go to work. You have to get a mortgage. You have to get a car. You have to pay all these things off. We are taught that. No, actually, we don't have to do any of those things because the planet is abundant. If you're willing to give up your phone and give up your you could actually just live off the land, literally. There are plenty of people have done it. So this is the mindset that we also need to adapt, even if we stay in the social system. Is that people aren't just slaves; they are here to live. They're not worker ants. So. And I think that's kind of the mindset where you are now. Is that you're looking to see if there's something better. There's something. Well, I mean, there's generally something better for you when you are not in a happy place. But I would definitely advise hunt for a job. Start putting out the energies. I want a new job before you quit the other one, so that you don't add any. Unless you're in a position where you can. You can resign and you won't be in a financial pickle. I wouldn't just quit. I would start looking for something else, because you start getting energies aligned to leaving. Then there's less of a stress where, like, if you kind of just say, okay, I'm fine, I'm out of here. Then you've got to deal with all at one go. You've then got to find another job. So if you start looking for a job that you do like, you kind of ride the fence a little bit until you find a job that you do like, and then you get off the fence. So it buys you some time. That's what I would advise. It's sometimes hard when you've been at the place for a long time. Anything else you want to ask? Oh, you've already been looking for one. Yeah, I would advise that because it's less stress. We don't want more stress in our lives. We want less. Or even if we have the same amount of stress, we want to have fun attached with it, not just a job. But like I always say to people, and people don't get this through their brains because it's difficult. If jobs were fun, everybody would want one. Not everybody wants one, but everybody has one. Well, not everybody, but yeah, but you know what I'm saying. People have one, they don't necessarily want it. It's like if you like chocolate and somebody gives you chocolate, you want it. You go to the store and buy some. Whereas a job, no one goes to the store to buy a job because it's just something that they kind of feel like they have to do. So, but when you look at it that way, it changes your mindset of what you do in life. There are options. There are always options, but everything is a give and take. Also, look at possibly changing what you do. Look. If there's a different type of job that you can go and do, at least it brings in a bit of excitement, a bit of change. Accelerate the job. want to accelerate it though. For the simple reason, I think you want to. I think you're in that phase at the moment of getting ready for the change. So I don't feel like you want to sort of jump into the fire kind of thing. Yeah, I don't feel like this should be kind of rushed too much. Not to say that you can kind of just not sit back and wait for it to happen. That's never the answer. But I don't think there's not a massive rush. I think this is this is coming about because I think you are changing. So your demands are changing, your needs are changing, and then the universe is changing around you to, in a way, manifest, in a way, shape the world for you to step into this new position. See the threes. The threes are seldom about, generally seldom, almost never about actual physical movement, like getting on a plane, getting on a car. It's more about evolution. It's more about it's an expansion of the situation. So think of it as getting a new job, etc., expanding your life, as opposed to a direct change or move or direction. And that's why I say I don't think speed per se is a big factor in this. But also, you don't take 3 decades to change a job either. I think just do it in your own time. I think what would help is for you to focus on. I know it's kind of difficult these days with the amount of jobs and things that really are out there. The most of the jobs that are left now are kind of menial. But like, focus on what you would do. There's 2 ways to do it. You focus on something almost in a fantasy kind of way. Like, what would you do if you didn't need money? If you just went to go and do a job, like, what would you go and do? That can give you a lot of insight into yourself. Like, what do you like? I mean, to give you an example, if I didn't need to be online earning, I mean, I like helping people. I do. I don't always do a very good job of it. That's okay. We're all just human. If I truly didn't need, if I had lots of money and I didn't need the money, probably nobody would see me again. I would just disappear. I would go off in Central America on a quiet, maybe a plantation overlooking the ocean. I'd be sitting at my desk, staring out the window, writing. Just that's what I'd be doing. Of course, it's not exactly financially viable unless people buy the kind of books you want to write. But that's what I'm saying. But you allow your mind to travel, because that's how you find out how you want to feel. What do you want to feel? So the job is just a thing. It's just a career. It's a means to an end. So sometimes when you allow, the only problem is when you dwell on it and you don't think about the reality, the current reality, because that also changes. But that gives you an inspiration of where to go. So start thinking about, I mean, you could have an opportunity now to change what kind of job you do, kind of career, where you go to next. Do you understand? So that fantasy can help you to understand yourself. Because ultimately, a job is just a job. Anything that you do just to pay the rent is just a thing that you do to pay the rent. It isn't your life. It isn't your passion. Well, then you see, it starts to spark ideas. Perhaps you could start looking for a job in the travel industry. So you might not get to travel directly straight away, but you might get into the industry. where you could learn about the industry. Yeah. So, but it gives you direction. That's the point. Is it might not work, but it gives you some direction. So, like you've got the travel bug. So you might not be able to travel, but you might be able to get into the position working in it. I don't even know if they exist anymore. The travel agency, or maybe I don't even know. I don't even know if travel agencies even still exist. If this is something completely from the past now, I don't even know if they still exist with everything online. But get into some sort of travel orientated business, because you can get like an insider feel. You can get a feel for it and see. I don't know. I just find that sometimes the pure, sometimes we need to not think about things, but sometimes just letting your mind wander over the fantasy of what you like gives you a direction of what. And you might be going through, I don't know, again, like these are all old sayings, like going through the paper looking for jobs. Oh, you studied tourism management. Well, there you go. So look online. It's like start doing some research. Like type in careers associated with tourism, for example, as a phrase, and start seeing what comes up. And you might go, hey, I could do that. It might not be very exciting, but I could definitely do that. Yeah, just try to see, almost in a sense, outside the box. Like, what can you do with tourism? I don't know. I mean, I'm not really in tourism, so I can't give you too many ideas. But look at that. Like, if you can't be in tourism, like you said you like writing, so maybe you're not writing about tourism. Maybe you end up writing, I don't know, articles for Cosmo or something. Do you know what I'm saying? It sends you off on tangents that you can explore in your mind. You can explore online and see if they are for you, and it gives you an indication of which way to kind of at least do more thinking about. But I mean, if you like traveling and stuff like that, think about it. I mean, there must still be some positions. Yeah, that's why I was thinking about that. Well, it's not particularly exciting, but it might be more exciting to do content stuff for traveling. So people can give you like their photographs, they can give you their notes, their rough written notes, and then you can write it into as content, as a content creator. Create the content that goes onto the websites. There's plenty of jobs for those. I've applied for some myself years ago. So look at that, and then try and like go in tourism. Yeah, in that direction. You see, so it's not a, I'm not going to be a heart surgeon. It's just like, okay, you already do content. Maybe just change the kind of content you do. Go to a different type of content. It'll be interesting for a while, at least. It'll be different, and it might then lead you onto something else. That's why I always say to people, like I said to Jamie, she's not going to get those answers, but to go and look at them anyway, because you don't know what happens. Life is what happens when you have other plans. So ultimately, it doesn't actually really matter what you decide to do, because along the way, you will find something better. This is why I always try to make people think what they want and why do they want that. Because once you understand what it is that you want, then you actually know what you want, and you can actually kind of chase it. Buy houses. I don't know, but it's getting closer and closer. But I still feel like you may end up chasing the house just before Christmas. I hope it's like way before Christmas, so it's not all at like the same time, just like literally before. But I don't think if it's going to be still this year, I don't think there's going to be a lot of time between now and Christmas. But regardless, I still think you should go there. Regardless, I would still go there. Even if somebody has said that to me, which is why I said to you, still go, because the agent could have an unlisted house, like I said to you in private. Could have an unlisted house that has not been listed, or they're unsure about, so they haven't yet started advertising because they don't want to waste their money. maybe the person's in two minds or something, and they mention it to you. You go, you look at, you like it, and they go and speak to the owner, and the owner says, listen, we've got somebody really interesting that really wants the house, and they're ready, and they've got the cash in hand, and it happens. So you never know. We decide that we are going to do this and we are going to do that. And there are certain things that we do know we are going to do in our lives, but for the most part, it's like penciling into your diary. That's what life is. You should just go with the flow. It's a lot harder. It's a very simple process. It's a lot harder to do sometimes. All right, I think that's the end of the readings because I don't think I think J star or Yes star or J star or JE star. I'll call you again. If you answer, I'll do a reading. Otherwise, I can't because you not. Regardless, also didn't ask what I wanted to know anyway. So. I actually think you can actually add anybody into the queue. I don't think it has to. You're welcome, Nine Dawns. I don't think it has to be actually any actual. Now I'm curious. Oh, okay, couldn't find it. So there actually was somebody called J Star. I wanted to prove something. I wanted to see. All right, I don't think J Star or J Star is there. Let me try anyway. The thing is, people want a tarot drive-through. They want a reading and they want a quick and add a side of fries with it. Unfortunately, I don't do that. And since I'm not chasing the numbers, I don't care. I'd rather help a few people than try and help everybody. Alrighty. Anybody want to chat about anything? Discuss anything? Swear at me? Tell me off? Otherwise, I might be going soon. Close that up. I think most people have just wandered off anyway. I don't know, something, anything to alleviate the quietness. I don't know, I'm sure I've done something. Arrogance, being Aries is a thing. Telling people stupid stuff they don't want to hear. I'm actually going to title the channel the stream one of these days. I'm going to tell you what you don't want to hear. And you're going to take a number and you're going to wait in the queue. Actually, I'm going to do that. I'm just to remember. One of these nights, I'm literally going to call the stream that I'm going to tell you exactly what you don't want to hear. I dare you not to join the stream and watch. Like it'll be like billions of people here. I'll regret that. I'll regret the crap out of it. I might actually do that. I might actually change the thing, telling you what you don't want to hear. It'll sound so stupidly American. People will love it. Humans are weird creatures. I might do that if I remember. I must just remember when I stream next time. Telling you everything you've never wanted to hear. I'm thinking that could actually be a course. You could spend an entire workshop around that, like the complete opposite of what people expect. Telling you everything that you wish you never knew. I'm gonna hammer this shit down your head, down your throat, and you never wanted to know this stuff, but you will. I no wonder why the channel grows slowly. That's because I'm not kissing ass. I'm not chasing people. All right, Nine Dawns. Thank you for sticking around and waiting. Sorry it took a while. And I know technically the readings should go quicker, but the thing is that some of the people are subscribers. They do support me, actually. So I give them a lot of time. they do actually support me. So, and I just feel like I don't want to do hundreds of readings every day. Just doing a few readings is tiring. A few readings is tiring enough. Workshop title: telling people what they don't want to know. Workshop title: reading the cards, literally featuring Jamie. That's always funny. So, what is Jamie going to tell us? What should we know tonight, according to Jamie? Well, these are actually upside down. What Jamie's going to give us an official reading for what we need to know tonight. This is going to be funny. Buckle up. It's going to be a bumpy Aries ride. Jamie's little cards are so tiny. They're very cute, but they really are tiny. The snake's trying to sunbathe on the beach. The snake was working on its tan. Hank, you still there? I don't remember. Why have I got messages? And then it's all confusion. Yes, a woman's awful singing. She brings a red cloud. What, with his tail? The end. I thought you'd say she spears the snake with her spear thingy. Rattle slap. Yeah, that's actually quite funny actually. Rattle slap. There's a bit like this. Oh, the keyboard's gone to sleep again. I haven't used it for a while. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Wake up. Wake up. No. What is the other one? I've forgotten half the. I used to use them so much more. There's before I came an old fuddy duddy. Oh, that's the other one. That's the joke one. I've forgotten what half of the buttons do. I don't use them anymore. Now I'm far too serious. And I remember that one. It's an aha moment. I think that's about it for sounds. The rest are just the ones I use all the time. Come to reception. Your reading's up. Poor snake. Poor snake in the grass. Although he was just trying to get a tan. He's got a weird tan though. He must have been lying between the blades of grass. It's not really a reading. But it's an interesting. I did kind of ask the question, didn't I? All this fierceness and this bitchiness and backstabbing and biting and blah 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 leads to like a period of confusion where it then clears up, and you go into intuition and into leadership, into like taking your own power. Working on them straps. It would be kind of amusing to tan yourself like that. But you'd have to like position the stripes and things on your body like in exactly the same spot every day, or go onto a tanning bed until you die of cancer so that you can get the tan. Or you could spray yourself. You could put like all the markings on, like zebra cross markings on your body, and then go into one of the spray booths and then spray yourself with tan. and then peel off all the decals. That'd be quite funny. Imagine going to the beach or something and you do that. Like you have like chevron tan marks on your legs or something. And people would definitely stare at you. You'd definitely be the center of attention. Anyway, I think it's time for me to go and relax. Oh, I'm not looking forward to tomorrow. Monday tomorrow. I have to go out tomorrow anyway. Ugh. I have to leave the house again. You don't care about the stripy tanned legs or the attention. Yeah, I must be honest. I don't particularly like attention either. People often think, oh, you know, it's quite interesting, this whole Twitch phenomena, because if people look, the whole interesting thing about Twitch phenomena is that sometimes the people who go onto channels actually want attention more than the people who are actually presenting the channels, which is quite interesting. There's a lot of people that, like, in real life use Twitch to actually hide away from the world. If people look, well, it depends, it depends who's looking. Yeah, I also like to laugh and have fun. I suppose it's a bit rude when you laugh at people and have fun, but still. But it's a thing. From discussions I had with some of the top streamers, like I mean, I don't know those people in person, but people who are quite, let's just say, they have a lot of followers, and a lot of them don't leave the house. They literally don't leave the house. They literally just they go on camera and they go off camera and they never leave the house. They never really deal with people. It's just kind of a thing, they talk at people and that's it. That's why I kind of like this channel, because we do tend to have discussions. I really want to have discussions, more discussions. I really don't want to be sitting and just doing readings. I want to have discussions. I want to do things that I don't care if it makes money or not, if people like it or not. I don't care. If people don't like it, then I'm doing the wrong. Then I'm not supposed to be doing it. I want to have proper discussions about things that I want to discuss, not what everybody else wants to discuss, because I'm important. I just realized how arrogant that sounded. But like things that I feel are important, because I see the whole world discussing the same shit that's unimportant. It's stuff that it just isn't important. It's actually not important. And I used to think it was important, and it isn't. I've got a surprise for you people. It ain't. And I don't want to be discussing those things over and over and over anymore. And people take it as arrogant. They'll go, oh yeah, you want to discuss what you want to discuss, and then when I want to discuss something you don't want to discuss, I said, no, I just don't want. It's like, this crystal is a lemony, yellowy, greenish color. That's it. Discussion done. Unless you're colorblind, in which case the discussion will interest me again because of the fact that you're colorblind. I want to know exactly how you see it. But like, I don't want to spend an hour like Plato discussing the color green, or is it yellow, or is it green, or is it lemon, or what is it? It's like, I don't want to spend time discussing that kind of stuff. And I find most channels and most streams are just discussing the same crap over and over, without ever discussing anything that is of interest to me. And I know it sounds very arrogant, but there are the things that I would spend so much time discussing when I was younger. The thing is, I can't have a discussion with myself, so I need people to be able to come on at that time. Like I showed you I've only done the first screen with the big I forget. I haven't got my under camera on, so I can't point to it. The four at the bottom would be the other four people, and the big screen would be the person. And the person could, for example, share their screen. As you can't see, you can see the one there when it kind of when the animated backdrop works. So like you could. This is what I'd like to do. I'd like to actually be discussing stuff, not just like. When am I going to get pregnant? When am I going to do? I mean, okay, that's important to some people. But like when am I going to get an ex-boyfriend? When am I going to be like? I don't want to. I really don't want to discuss those things anymore. Mostly because they're irrelevant. And to do that just to make money, that's why I don't make a lot of money. Let's be honest here. There's no point. And that goes back to the discussion, Jamie, I was saying earlier, is that there are a lot of big streamers that are on on Twitch that are trapped. They have these hundreds and thousands of followers, and they're trapped. She's trying for a baby. She needs to try harder. Harder, man. That just sounds sexual. It was supposed to, by the way. Hey, you know what they say, practice makes perfect. Just keep practicing, baby. So, I've actually had a few of those readings, which actually were very, very interesting. And it actually boiled down to, at the end of the day, saying that you can have a family, but you have to look at the possibility of non-genetic or a little help, with the pregnancy. So those interesting. Those readings are quite interesting, but they don't ultimately help you very much. If the readings are positive, they can help you with your mindset, so it can help you to relax. But ultimately, it doesn't really do much for your life. So there's a few interesting people, but it's getting them together. It's like getting cats in the bag, Getting people together to discuss things. And again, it doesn't have to be on here, but nobody else is stepping up to set it up. Nobody I know anyway that has set it up or is setting it up. There are other channels that kind of do that, but I'm not invited there, so I have to do my own thing. I'm not allowed to play with those kids. So, but also the thing is, to be honest, I've caught a few of them, and it's like they're really not talking about anything that I'm interested in. If we are talking about games and gaming, and I'm not really interested. I mean, I like The Sims, so I like architecture. Once an architect, where's an architect? But ultimately, I don't want to get into these discussions. Like sometimes people take that as a dismiss, and it's dismissing that topic because I don't want to talk about it. Yeah, there is. I don't really want to talk too much about it. I like to play it every now and again, but I don't really want. That's what I was thinking. I really need to mix it up a bit so that I'm not constantly doing the cards. I do it mostly because that's what people want. That's actually what brings in the audience. Nothing else really brings in the audience. That's part of the reason why Open Dragon and I were discussing. Well, I was discussing with him, and I was forcing him to agree with me about doing a Portuguese stream. I'd be interested to see what happens. That's the big thing. Is I'm very interested in seeing what actually happens. Yeah, I think it'd be good for everybody, and we don't have to agree. It's not like I just want to agree on the topic because I don't want to be, for example, I don't want to be discussing fate because I don't believe in fate. I know fate is just this. It's this bullshit idea that humans have created. It's not a real thing. It's like what's the term? The psychological term? What's that term? It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's why I don't like terms like fate and karmic fate and shit like that. I don't like those things because that's not the way it is. And they say, "Oh, that's just your opinion." I said, "No, that's the way it isn't that way. It isn't that way. If you believe it is that way, then it will be that way. So then, of course, it will be that way. But that isn't the way it is. I haven't seen any really truly spiritual person talk about it in such a way that they believe in fate. That tomorrow morning you will, slip on an ice cube and break your head, and even if you stay in bed, the bed will slip on an ice cube and you still break your head. Like I don't believe in that shit because I think it's nonsense. It's absolute nonsense. That would be fun. Can you imagine me and the couchless shrink? I think we'd have a lot of discussions, a lot of interesting discussions. And Open Dragon, you're also welcome to join this panel when we have the discussion. If you would like, I'm not just looking for experts or I mean, there's no such thing anyway. I'm not just looking for spiritual people. I'd like to just have a discussion. And some people aren't comfortable. Well, you don't even have to be on camera. You just kind of have to be on voice. But I'd like to have discussions. Yeah, but that's what I was thinking. We could have, like, where everybody's doing readings by the millions on a Friday night or a Saturday night, we could just have a discussion. We just have like a panel discussion where we discuss, I don't know, Chupacabra or something. I mean, I don't know much about it, so obviously it'd be a terrible discussion. But I still think it's interesting for everybody who joins to get different opinions and to spark that memory of what reality is. No, I'm sure, the fact that you're together means that you are kind of meant to be together. Whether it's positive or negative is irrelevant. I do believe that there are, you see, we come down to learn specific things. So, the goal is not, the thing is not when you learn them or how you learn them. It isn't dictated. It doesn't, for example, it doesn't have, maybe it did, I don't know, in your case, maybe there was a karmic thing, but it doesn't mean it has to be your partner. You could, I mean, and I'm not saying God forbid you get divorced, but let's just take hypothetically two people together and they get divorced and then they have their karmic relationship or they have another karmic relationship. People always think of karmic relationships as the twin flame and the soulmate and all of this. It's like there's plenty of them. You could have more than one in one day, and it could be, but it's not like you're a slave to the system. Like you could never ever all mine, and there's choice. I mean, there's choice in all of these things, and I think I always have this like sadness when I see so many people just believing in this thing that it's like doomed if you do and doomed if you don't. And I'm part of that in a way. Many years, kind of. And now there's been a whole lot of spanners thrown in the works. And now it's distracting me, which is exactly what I didn't want. But apparently, maybe this is exactly what I do need. So just when I went into the whole rebirthing phase, and I ended up like, well, I'm not going to rush about anything. Now I'm finding again, and I'm resisting. Now I'm resisting in the opposite direction. Like whereas before I'd take on more and more and more and more stuff and doing more things. Now I'm looking for a way to dodge doing all these things, not in a lazy way, but like. I don't like that's this discussion, Op and I often have. I don't want more work. I don't want more drama. I don't want more stress. I want less. I want to do more. I want to do more things I enjoy and less things that I don't enjoy. Which is why I ask people, I said, why are you doing it? What's in it for you? And that's very important. But most people don't. They always go, oh, it's money. Oh, I need money. Oh, I'm helping people. People can help themselves. I see some of the biggest philosophers and some of the biggest spiritual people falling into this trap that people do not need your help. They are perfectly capable on their own. Yes, everybody can be helped. We can all have help. But one person's job is not there to be a slave to other people and say, oh, I don't see it that way. No, I know you don't see it that way. Go live your life and then you'll understand. Helping people is all very well and good, but it shouldn't be it shouldn't be something that's like, this is bigger than me. No, this is your life. It's as big as you want it to be. This is your life and you must live your life your way. If you choose to be a martyr to the cause, then sure. Great. Let me know how that goes for you, as Dr. Full always says. So I'd like to discuss these things because because I'm always the one on the camera mostly. People only get to hear my opinions and my views of the world, and I'd like people to get a whole lot of them because it'll trigger their remembering process. It will trigger their memories. They will start to remember what their souls know, and that's it. It's quite an amazing thing. For some people, it's like very difficult. They avoid it. They really avoid it. Like, I now wonder if I hadn't set this particular path for myself in this lifetime, whether I would have gone for 53 years with only partial like understanding. If I had known earlier whether I would have this would have come much quicker, and I deliberately set the path to be very, very difficult so I wouldn't actually remember too much. I know it's on purpose. We deliberately forget. We deliberately do that whole veil of forgetfulness. Oh my! Ow! Ow! Oh, that's gonna hurt. And I may have a blue nail tomorrow. I wish I had a more comfortable chair. I've got all these cushions on the chair because literally it's a really cheap. Ow! That's gonna hurt tomorrow. Well, if I have a black nail tomorrow, like we was joking about the black nails. Like, how should I paint your nails? They'll be black. I don't think it'll be that bad, but I think I will have a bit of a dent on it. Oh, I just wish I had a more comfortable damn chair. Oh, that's I think going to be one of the first. Before I have a desk, I'm going to have a really good chair when I immigrate. I'm going to go straight down to Sao Paulo, and I'm going to steal that chair from the couchless shrink. He's going to have to buy a couch. I'm going to steal his chair. That would be funny, wouldn't it? If I painted, imagine if I came and I had painted each nail in a different color. That would be so funny. And I just go, da, 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 da. Just to see people's reactions. And that would be so funny. It's kind of crazy thing I'd consider doing. Just out of the blue, one of these days. The problem is that people will then expect something even more outlandish. And I hate that, because it's like, you've got to keep outdoing yourself. So that's one thing I'm looking forward to eventually when I have the money and I have a home and I have a place again, is to have a comfortable fucking chair. I missed my chair from Cape Town. That damn chair was already like about 7 or 8 years old. It was so comfortable. I mean, the sponge and everything, it was already a little bit, quite hard. It was always a fairly firm chair. But it was so comfortable. You'd sit in it and you'd just be supported. It was like, it was chrome. It was nice. It was getting old, but I actually had planned on buying another chair and having that one reupholstered. Because I didn't have another chair to sit on, so I'd have to sit on something but I was literally going to have that chair reupholstered. It was just such a comfortable chair. And it's based on the base of that chair is the same base that they use for these gamer chairs. It's really nice. So I want to get one of those one day. Because this thing of sitting on a really shitty IKEA chair, yeah, it's not so good. The only thing nice about this one is it's like literally mid-back, so you actually don't see the chair. Like, I suppose it doesn't work. Wait, where's the chair? Which way do I have to rotate? You can't even see the chair because it's like literally like mid-back. So it doesn't show up on screen. It looks like I'm just standing here, like with the big gamer's chair. They can see it. It's like it comes out right behind you. But it's so damn comfortable. I really miss. I think that chair was that one you would have seen. I think the one I had in Cape Town. I think came up to like mid neck. But it was so comfortable. It was so comfy. And I sat in there. I said, "That's it. I'm buying it." He says, "It's technically not on special, but we can give you." I said, "I don't care." Well, I mean, in my brain, I'm going, "I don't care, special or not," because I came to look at the one that wasn't special, and I sat in that one. I said, "That's the chair." He says, "Well, technically that one's not on special, but." I went, but yeah. So he gave me a discount. I can't remember. It might have been as much as like 10% off or 15% or something. So, and then I had it the whole time I sat in Cape Town. I had that chair. You just get so used to it. You get so used to being comfortable, and then when you sit on this chair, and it's like the whole time I'm like moving around. It's like, oh. And I have one in the back which keeps sliding down, keeps getting all wrinkled. And I have two at the bottom because the bottom is literally like There's literally no sponge or anything in it. IKEA. The desk is not bad. The little desk that I bought, that's okay. But I just spent a lot of money to get the adjustable legs so I could make it as low as I can. So when I'm typing on the computer, the keyboard's not too high. So it's such a weird thing. And I have an old wooden desk. Well, only the top. I have it unassembled in storage. When it comes, I actually still have to reassemble it because it's actually part of what used to be a keyboard stand, but it never worked very well as a keyboard stand. And I got the top of a very old desk, which is beautiful wood, and I want to put that onto that stand, but I need to get the crossbars to actually make it wider. So I'll have to buy some square tubing, and then I can assemble. I can have my own desk again. The top must be about 60 years old. Really nice. Memories of home. No, I can't take any. I can only take stuff that I can get in my suitcases with me. That's in storage. 16,000 kilometers ago. If and when I can afford to send for the stuff, Central America, when I'm there, then I'll send for that stuff over. I have. It's not quite the same wood, but it's similar. I've got a wooden table that my dad made, just to let the legs. Well, I mean, he assembled it, and then I've got 4 of the old dining room tables, dining room table chairs that I kept. So I've got 4 of those. Just a little bit of the past. I've got. I don't know. It's been 4 years. I'm tired of being a gypsy. Like when people start with their shit and it's like, oh, I see you traveling. I said, I don't want to fucking travel. You don't get this. I don't give a shit what the astrology says. I don't want to travel anymore. I want to go somewhere where I can unpack my suitcase because it's been packed for 4 years. Okay, I'm sick and tired of living out of a suitcase. In this place, I haven't got enough space, so I've never really unpacked it. So from here, it's only going to go. Now the microphone's broken, so I'll just take this one. But this is very light. It's nice about it. It's like really cheap. It's very small. Look, see, a very small, cheap microphone, but it's nice and light. The cameras are very, very light. The lighting, I don't know. I'm going to see, depending on what I do and how I leave and how I go. It depends. It's all going to depend. I've just got so much stuff already. This is why I tend to avoid buying anything bulky. That's why Henk and I always joke about that. These Celtic Lenormand cards are nice because they're so small. They don't take up a lot of space. So everything I buy, I look at like, can I take it with me? Am I just wasting money? So I'm tired of that. I think I get on my fiance's nerves when we travel. Why? You try to take everything with you. The problem is the cost. So what I'm trying to weigh up is what I'll pay extra in baggage and just take a lot of, mostly the equipment that stuff that I use. Like on my desk, my little desk here, I've got 2 big speakers which I use for editing, and I use them all the time. Oh, we did. Well, you should be used to these also Aries. I do it as a joke with all my friends. Like if they like like if they were just walking towards the terminal to get on the plane kind of thing, I like send them a message. Are you there yet? Then they'll turn around and say, "What's wrong with you?" I don't know, I'm just checking. And then they get on the plane. Are you there yet? Just because I know they're laughing, you know. And then I make sure like they've already taken off, they're out of range, and I send them a message. I think you might be there now. When they get off the plane, the message comes through. So I think it's kind of funny. No, he's broken. We need to fix this. We cannot have broken Aries just all over the place. That's what I do. Maybe it's more Taurian or more Pisces. I always say that, broken. It's broken. It's like a wind-up mechanism. It's broke. We need to fix it. Actually, some of the snow globes actually had the bigger one actually has I don't know what place, because I don't want to crank it up too much, because somebody had already broken the one. It wouldn't even turn. It was jammed. Because then it'll sit and play. Imagine the the floor staff must get so pissed off because every time they walk past, they're hearing the same fucking Jingle Bells tune going. So I didn't crank it up. I just saw it had a crank, so I just like turned it slightly just so I could hear it, see if it was what I was thinking it was. And when it started playing, I thought that'd be kind of cute. But like, it's too big, it's too heavy. It's like must weigh like a kilogram and a half. I'm thinking, wow, that's going to be heavy in the suitcase. You're an imposter. You're fake. Yeah, I wouldn't mind patient though. Patient's good. I think sometimes I've got a lot of patience. Depends. You see, there's two things that piss me off. People that waste my time, and then there's people that waste my time. Both those things really really piss me off. I don't like people wasting my time. That's what I don't like, because it's taken me a long time in my life to realize how valuable our lives are. Not because we're going to die, but because we are not going to be living. You don't? I can pretend I do. What do you mean? What do you pretend? Oh, to have patience. It depends. Like, if somebody's learning something, if I see something is like sinking in, like, even if it takes that's why some of the readings here take a very, very long time. They take a long time because there's like the penny's about to drop, and you can see it. You can see it. It's like you're sitting here. It's like you can see the penny about to drop, and you want to like push, bump the I don't know, the pinball machine or whatever it is. And you're sitting there. Yeah. It's about. Didn't happen. So you sit there and so like I will do readings with people sometimes for a long time, even if they aren't subscribers. There's been a few people, and then often they don't come back. But that's okay. That's the point. The point is to help people. That's why I don't want to do the overly commercialized Twitch side. And because I've seen people regret it, and they're all, and quite a few people have advised, do what the people want. And I'm going, but it's not what I want. And I can't pull it off. I'm not prepared to prostitute myself to for example, to get more followers. I'd rather not. I'd rather just stop doing this. That's how strongly I feel about it. And I mean, and people think, oh, you don't know what you're talking about. No, I've done this for a long time. Just because I've only been on Twitch now for 6 or 7 months doesn't mean I haven't done this before. I've done this before. I've done this. In fact, in personal life, I've done this all my life. I wish I knew more back then. I might have done it a bit better. I did it on YouTube. I've been on YouTube for, I don't know, I'd say at least 5 or 6 years, at least. I've been here. And I tried the whole kiss ass thing, trying to make things like SEO friendly and trying to do what the morons are watching. It's like, it's completely pointless. It's entirely pointless because people don't get it. Yes, it works. If I did what people have advised, and I do like a 3-card reading, and you have to pay for the other one, and then you're out next, and I fill the queue with hundreds of people, yeah, I would have more followers. And what would I have out of it? Nothing. I wouldn't have this community like we can literally. I don't think there's anybody else here. It's just you and I. Maybe a couple of people lurking that have gone to bed. The Arp and Dragon's still half listening. But we wouldn't be having. I mean, we wouldn't be having a conversation. Wow, why is it all red again? What is wrong with OBS or Twitch or something? Now it's back to green again. Yeah, but that's the thing. When I started the channel, I said, I don't want YouTube 2.0. Said, I don't want YouTube 2.0. I'm not interested. Yeah, I did it. I mean, I kind of enjoyed the challenge of doing it. It didn't work. I'm the first one to admit it. It didn't work. In the first, I don't know, first 2 months, 3 months, I had more followers on here than I had on YouTube over years. And I put less effort into it. And I saw the fucking much more. You know, it was less polished. This is much less polished. This is far less, you know, family friendly and fucking all that bullshit. It's just like, I don't give a shit. Like, if you don't like it, leave. You know, and people do. And if I stop saying that, people would stop leaving, but I don't care. And I like it, not because I'm being arrogant, because I like it because it can be honest. And people can disagree and it don't just automatically get banned. Like I was just reminded now because I saw that person on somebody else's Discord. And I was on somebody which I genuinely do like the person, and I like being on the channel. You know, I'm there fairly often, less so these days. But the conversation was dishonest. It wasn't about a discussion. It was about promoting an idea which I don't believe in, which I think is wrong. But so I saw the conversation eventually started drifting. I said, wait a minute, this is not what it says on the title. This is not a discussion. This is a monologue about pushing an idea. So I began asking the questions because I know the answers. So I started asking the questions. Of course, the people don't know the answers to it. They immediately start mocking you, and they start, you know, making fun of you, and they start, you know, saying just stupid stuff. And then it's like I'm the least religious person that I know. I don't know anybody else who's even less religious than I am. Like, I have no fear of God. I have no fear of hell. I have no fear of anything of that nature. So then the one person starts like defending the host. I said, like, I'm asking questions here. If we are going to have a discussion about X, if we're discussing this, we must be able to question this. Then otherwise it's not a discussion. It's a promotion of that product. Then it's an infomercial. It's not a discussion. So you know, so a couple of people started jumping down my back and like defending I'm going. It's like, we're having a discussion here. You're being like a child. Why are you trying to defend somebody when we're just having a discussion? I'm asking questions. If people get defensive with questions, it's not like I'm saying, oh, so how many times did you rape your son today? I didn't. It wasn't stuff like that. It was, you know, it was genuine questions about it, because I know the answers. Clearly they didn't, but I knew the answers. They didn't, so they didn't give me the answers. And the one person literally ended up blocking me. It's like, and then the one day we raided there, and I'm blocked. So I'm going, oh Christ! It's like, just close the window, and I just left. I can't be bothered. I can't be bothered. It was so amusing though. But like, you can block people, but you can't block them. So like, the person still sees me on Discords and places like that because I'm not blocked on there. You know, it's just, I don't know. I don't want to live like that. I don't want to live like that. I know that I do cut people off on certain discussions because I've had you see, what people need to understand is maybe the discussion is the first time for you, okay? But for me, it's the 10,000th, millionth, trillionth time that I've had this discussion. I don't want to have it anymore. Go watch a video. Go watch it. Some of these things I even have videos about. Go watch them. Don't come bother me. And it's like the person feels insulted because it's like, how dare you? I want to discuss it. I said, good, go find somebody who wants to discuss that. Like, I want to discuss astrology right now because I don't know enough about it. So like, so I asked Sravista, you know, if some stuff. I don't expect him to talk to me about it because he talks about it, because he does it. I don't expect him to have a discussion with me about it. I asked him, you know, opinions about stuff. Because I value his opinion, and I think he's very intuitive with it, and I'd like to learn from him, you know. But I don't expect him to have the discussion with me. So, for example, if I feel like Vedic is better than there's a tropical, and sidereal, like, I'm not going to argue him about it. This is the point. I'm not going to go and have this in-depth argument with him about it. I'd like to hear his opinions on it, to help form my own. But that's it. But if he's had this discussion 1,000 times, I'm going to go research it for myself. But people don't. And then when you say, look, I don't want to talk about that anymore, they say, oh, yeah, it's just about what you want to talk about. I said, well, in a way it is, because this is my life. You know, that's why I'd like to have panel discussions, then it's not up to me to always have to answer people's questions. Yeah, no, astrology has always fascinated me. This is, you see now, for no explanation now, my bandwidth has just dropped plumb. I just saw like on Twitch is literally frozen. It's literally just dropped down to 0. And now it's starting to come back up to normal. Wow. There was like a massive plunge in quality. It's inexplicable. The line is, I think that this host just can't cope anymore. Because it's one thing just to like us, and it's going down again. Yeah, anyway. I'm actually going to run a test now. I'm going to actually stop. I'm going to say goodbye to YouTube anyway, because this is kind of irrelevant discussion there anyway. So there's nobody on there anyway, but I'll say goodbye. So if you did watch this VOD, well, it's not really a VOD on YouTube. Thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you next time on YouTube.